Welcome to the Atheist Roundtable live show. Tonight we got just Jeff and Oz taking calls with myself, Pasta Mike. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Smash that bell. Thanks to everybody in the live chat getting warmed up for the stream. Big shout out to all the blue wrenches, all the mods. We're about to get things going. 706-236-7608. Give us a call. The Atheist Roundtable call-in show. Do you or your friends have a deeply held belief? I don't know, maybe your mom does. Give us a call. We don't mind. We do chat to moms. It's the Atheist Roundtable live show, where we don't screen the calls. Well, we should start, though. I think we should start doing that. Don't forget to check out tart.live, the Just Jeff Discord. Link is in the bio. Let's talk religion. Let's get the party started. Just Jeff, where you at?
What's up, man? Oh, if people have questions, they know how to get to the phone. I want to know where all my haters are at tonight.
I heard that you chatted with Maddie Slick last night.
I did. Nothing was accomplished.
Well, I enjoyed it.
He also decided that he had the operation of my brain several times.
Well, you took him off his script. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I have some other questions I think I want to ask differently next time.
You can say what you want about Just Jeff, but he asks pretty damn good questions.
I'm just asking the questions we're all too afraid to ask because we'll look dumb.
Look, if folks want to call in tonight to the Atheist Roundtable, it's 706-236-7608. Just Jeff, Ozzy, the kamikaze. That crazy motherfucker's here. You want to get him hype? Call that number.
Yeah. Pray about it. Hey, can someone call in and just tell me one problem that was ultimately solved with religion? Name one human problem, just one human problem that was ultimately solved with religion.
And don't you dare say Dr. Doolittle. Don't you goddamn dare.
I just can't think of a good example.
Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe to the Atheist Roundtable YouTube channel. Hop on over to the Atheist Troll Live as well if you get a chance. That's Just Jeff, the weasel face troll. We're having a little bit of fun backstage here in the Atheist Green Room. We're watching Oz belly roll.
Did you know that you can order Oreos in whatever color you want now? They have like a special website where you can create your own Oreo.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm good with the peanut butter ones. That's my jam right there.
That's disgusting.
What? Who likes peanut butter Oreos?
Nobody likes peanut butter. I've never seen anybody with peanut
let's
butter
get a
Oreos.
round of applause for peanut butter Oreos. God damn it.
Someone said they're not sure what ultimately solved even means. Let's say polio. Polio was ultimately solved with a vaccine that was created by a person. Let's say talking to your grandparents over long distances, that problem has been solved with science through the cell phone. Can you name a problem, human problem, something that we've encountered that was ultimately solved through religion? The invention of the wheel would have been science. The advent of farming would have been science. I want to know what problems religion has solved for the human beings.
Well, I don't know whether Murder Shed Steve was born with it or whether it was Maybelline, but he's goddamn good looking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Well, Jeff, where the hell's Oz? What's he doing? Baking pizza back there?
He had to take a massive
agnostic shit.
No. He had to get a big. He's got to get a big metal tumbler.
Oh,
filled with ice and ice only.
Oh, god damn it! Hey, look who just showed up, Oz. What's up, handsome?
What's up, gentlemen?
Ozzy. You ready to get the show started?
I'm here.
Someone
to rock
did
the
say
party.
a problem solved. I got a problem that religion solved, Oz.
Well, guys,
it said it helps us identify people that cannot think skeptically.
Well, I'm about to get the on out of here.
They're open.
What's up, Jeffy Jeff?
Living my best life.
You
every
cold,
day.
buddy? You cold?
Yeah, it's a little cold here.
You don't know nothing about cold. You don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah, I didn't live in Denver.
So I'm ready for some calls. You?
I can only. I mean, the best part about this is I have no idea what's about to happen. No idea who's going to call in, what questions they could ask. I mean, really, let's see if they can stump us, right? Like, surely somebody out there has the question that's going to make me go, huh, I never thought about it that way. Maybe there is a God.
Well,
maybe Christianity is right. Maybe owning slaves isn't such a bad thing. Maybe I was thinking about it the wrong way.
About an hour before we went live, I posted a TikTok of Hitch talking about all of the evils that have come out of religion, wars, things like that. And it just like, started stacking up comments. So I started going to all the ones that were, the typical dogma, the bullshit. Went through that. I was like, hey, we're getting ready to go live. Here's the phone number. Here's how you find us. So hopefully them will call.
They never call. They don't want that smoke.
Ooh, they don't want that smoke.
And they don't want to be. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't want to have to defend slavery. No. I would hate to be put in a position of defending slavery. I didn't ask Matt Slick about slavery yet. I was going to save that for another day. But I did ask him a few questions about what is wrong with me, like why I don't believe, like what can I do to believe like he believes. And he really just broke it down to somehow he has the operation of my mind. He can know that I am just being unwilling. So it's my fault. That's easy for you to say when you don't have a functioning heart. He's got a cold. You're cold-blooded, Murder Shed Steve. You run cold.
And he's got that deep freezer he keeps all the carcasses in. So
he's got a walk-in freezer.
Oh, Murder Shed Steve.
I'm going to start calling it. I like KCA's, Randy's post that says slavery apologetics. I'm just going to start calling it slavery apologetics whenever they start going into it. I'll just be like, yeah, well, what do you think from your perspective of slavery apologetics?
That's actually, you know what? That's actually a good way to coin that. Because it's a lot of gymnastics and maneuvering you have to do to get around that.
Well, let's do.
So hungry, I'm sure. Oh.
So you play Christian real quick, okay? So you're a Christian.
Okay.
What do you think about slavery in the Bible?
Oh, that's all. They were just paying back debts.
That's the one that always comes up. But I'm just like, hey, Oz, if I loan you $100, okay, do you think the best way to pay that back is to be my slave?
You know what, Jeff? God's ways are higher than our ways.
No, you can break character now.
Oh, okay. I thought we were just going.
It just doesn't make any sense. Like there are so many other ways that are better. And if God is this like moral thing, helping people, right? Why wouldn't he say, hey, slavery is not the best way to deal with that situation. Here's a better way. It's called a bank or whatever,
Or how about in like Exodus, how about you make laws that abolish or do away with slavery instead of just simply regulating it?
Yeah.
But you're kind of, as a God that can control all this, supposedly, you're kind of signing off on it.
Yeah.
By saying, I'm going to regulate it, not ban it.
Couldn't you just say like, hey, don't do that. Here's a better way. Or, hey, don't do that because it's not good. People in the future are going to be confused when slavery is no longer a thing. Unless these laws were written by men during that time period who thought it was okay and had no exterior or external forces controlling them. Just maybe. Wild thought.
Well, and some of the other go-tos that I hear, well, the one there's several, but we try to as atheists, we try to compare Old Testament slavery to what it was here in the States, and that you can't compare the two. When actually, the more I'm reading, and Dr. Josh even talks about this, and I won't speak for him, but he talks about this, that it's actually a lot of the same issues that they had as far as making laws or trying to ban it. Were the very same issues that they had in the Old Testament that they did here in the States when trying to figure out what's going on. So it really wasn't.
They were
there's
using
not a lot
the
of
Bible
separation
by slavery. So
yeah,
it's crazy that people would think that. And again, I don't know why we have to compare it to modern day slavery. That's cool. We don't need to. Okay, it's not modern day slavery. I never claimed it was. I just claimed, this is the only claim I've made, I don't think it's a good idea personally to own other people.
Period.
Call it what you want. I didn't say anything about slavery. I didn't say anything about debt servitude. I just don't think there's any good reason to own another person. How about this? Help other people and don't own them. You don't have to. Well, I keep knocking my. You don't have to own someone to help them. You don't have to own someone to give them food or water or shelter or money. You don't have to own them, Christians. Right. You can just help them.
Hey, speaking of Christians, I got a nice guy named Greg on the line from Texas.
Oh.
And Oz actually may be familiar with Greg. He's a regular on the Empathetic Atheist show. I think I'm going to talk to Greg before. Let's bring Greg into the call here. Hey, Greg, you're live with Oz and Just Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how are you? Hey, good to talk to you.
Hey, Greg, how are you, sir?
I'm doing very well.
Awesome.
I just kind of saw I guess it was open topic. I heard you saying I haven't had anyone really bring anything new or anything to make you think maybe this God thing might be real. So I thought I'd give a call and just see if
what do you
guys want to talk about that.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, Greg?
I guess one of the things that I brought up to what's his name that's out of Austin. What's the guy that's out of Austin that does the atheist show?
Matt Dillahunty.
Dillahunty, yeah. I was speaking to him one time, and I asked him the question, hey, what would you do if someone brought to you something that said that something that you believe, say evolution? What if the Bible actually said something about that, and that was actually the position that it was presenting, was that God had worked through in part evolution? What would you do with the Bible? Would you think differently about it?
Personally, I wouldn't. I'll
start there.
My stance on evolution really, since I've become a skeptic and atheist, my stance on evolution has really remained the same. That I don't think evolution disproves God, nor does God disprove evolution. I think those are two two conversations you can have independent of each other, and they don't affect each other. So that's why I actually don't get into the creation evolution conversation a lot, because I don't. For me, my perspective, it doesn't. They don't really affect each other.
I'll bite.
Okay.
It would change my opinion wholly if something that could only be known by a creator. Now, the problem I have with religious texts like the Quran or the Bible is that we go through this, the people with the Quran do this all the time. It's like, hey, the word moon was mentioned 23 times. And did you know that the earth is 23 times smaller than the moon, or whatever? That math is completely wrong, but you get what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that hard to understand. So, if it's super cryptic, then you can kind of twist it to mean what you want. I don't understand how someone could be influenced by the creator of the earth and forget things like basic geography or basic geology, dinosaurs, the creation of the moon, all of those things.
Right. Well, let me just, and part of the way I think about it is, if there's something that man came to a realization of and did so, in the last 60 to 100 years or whatever it may be, with regards to evolution, you could probably correct my history lesson on that. But if they knew about that and somehow alluded to it in the Bible, it would be a concept that would be so foreign to them that for them to even mention anything about it with any degree of accuracy, it would make you either think that they had a very good guess, or that something inspired them to write something that would be completely outside of the realm of what they would normally think. And at least from my perspective. Yeah.
Greg, in there specifically, are you talking about evolution when you're saying that?
Yeah. Yeah, and I can say it about other things as well, but I will say evolution on this particular point.
Okay, so then I guess my follow up to that, real quick, if we could pause there. So if it was that complex, to where they wouldn't know how to write it and or communicate it in whatever form or fashion they had back then, then how were they then intelligent enough or informed enough to then write the actual creation story, where God is breathing life into this galaxy and he's creating species, he's creating light and air and water. Mm-hmm. So how is it they're intelligent enough and smart enough to document that and according to Christians with ultimate accuracy, but they failed to, due to diligence, record evolution?
Well, the question is, did they fail to record evolution? I would say, because if they recorded evolution as well, then it would fall in line with just all those other things that people claim that the Bible says right about science. So let me put forth the case for evolution as being in the Bible first.
Okay.
And then you tell me, okay, does that sound realistic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so when you look in the Bible and you see about the creation of anything that is inanimate, God says, "Let there be light," and there's light. He says, "Let there be a firmament," there's a firmament. It's always, he says, "Let there be," and there is. But when it comes to something that's animate, the Bible actually says, "Let the earth bring forth life. Let the sky bring forth. Let the waters bring forth." He speaks to the natural and actually commands it to do something. And so I'm not saying it's super, straightforward and saying, hey, here's evolution. But I think it's different than everything else that he creates. He actually says with life, let the natural do something. And so it is entirely possible that what he's describing is the almost like punctuated equilibrium, where there may be adaptation that's taking place all along, and then God steps in and says, boom, and he makes an adjustment such that you have the capability of having long periods of time where there's little or no change, or very little, as I guess evolution normally says, and then you'd have these periods where there's a tremendous amount of change in a short period of time. And so it sounds like the Bible could be describing that. And even when you get to the creation of man in Genesis 1:26 and 1:27, what the Bible actually says is, let us make man in our image. Let us create them male and female. And so the actual wording used says, let us make them out of something that already exists. And then let us create them. It's almost like God is saying, hey, I'm making them out of something that's already in existence, but I'm doing so in a way that is so uniquely different than anything else in life that it is as if I'm creating them all anew. So you've got, I guess, multiple hits there. Not saying it's absolutely saying evolution, but what I'm saying is that it could be saying that.
Okay,
and certainly fits the pattern. Yeah.
Yeah, if I go up there, or jump in there, so there's a few words you keep saying, so that I want to rewind to. You keep saying could be, could have been,
yes, I really
those type of things. Now, and some of those is when you were talking about the creation process, where, and I'm familiar, let there be light, and then let the earth bring forth. Going through there, I guess what I want to ask first and foremost, what's your confidence level that the creation story, as it's stated in Genesis 1 and 2, is that's how we got here? What's your confidence level?
I mean, I'm pretty confident of it. I recognize that from a confidence, what I am stating is a belief, not a no. So I recognize that I'm taking a step of faith. But I also recognize that when I look at the way the Bible is written and the order of things, that I believe a correct understanding of that order and what's actually being said there fits along with the scientific, what's been discovered from a science standpoint. Yeah.
Okay, and Jeff had a question too, but I did want to follow up with on that as well. So knowing that, taking it from the highest point of view as we can. So the Earth's been however many billions of years old. However you want to line the years up, been a very long time. Then so that happens then, and the only person that's there to witness this supposedly is God. So it's a one-man show. There's no evidence. There's no recording of it. There's no documentation. It's a one-man show. So then we skip to the Bible, and the account that's recorded in the Bible now, however many billions, millions, billions of years later, is recorded by a man. So now we have that. That's recorded by a man. And again, no way to verify the information. There's no evidence, anything like that. What is it that convinces you then, all these years later, it's been thousands of years since this book was starting to be, written, transcribed, and put together. What is it that convinces you that this creation story and this God, the creator God, even exists? Like, how do you know these things are valid?
Well, I mean, I take a couple of first steps. Do I think that it's possible for something to come from nothing? And it is my understanding and my belief that something can't come from nothing. Now, I know that scientifically they've done some things and some special setups where for I don't even know what the length of the time, nanosecond, something has appeared and then gone away. But to say that is the evidence that there's been a creation of something from nothing, to me, that would be a step of faith on the part of scientists to say that is actually a real possibility. Then to say that you can have life come from non-life, whether it's through hydrothermic vents or, some lightning striking of a primordial soup, whatever it may be. Again, something coming alive from something that is not alive, I think is a huge step. And so from my standpoint, I'm taking a step of faith, and I believe science is taking a step of faith as well. So.
Okay. Jeff, I know you had a question too before
does that make sense?
Dig in.
You said that
would just be two things. Yeah, that would just be two things.
You said that you don't believe that something comes from nothing?
Yes.
What did God use to create the universe?
God spoke the matter into existence. Yeah.
So that would be coming from nothing.
Yeah, well, there's a difference though when God does it, because
he gets special rules.
He's a causeless first cause. I mean,
then that's
he
just
is non-cause
special pleading.
first cause.
I just don't. I mean,
Well, it may be
the thing is,
special
like, look at how much work it takes to prove that it's possible that evolution is in the Bible. We're not sure. We don't have knowledge of that. But to ignore all of the inconsistencies in the Bible about water not returning to the sky before the flood, rainbows not existing before the flood, animals talking, all these other things, that the sun being created after light. There are so many other issues in the Bible. Why would they get so many things wrong and then somehow talk about evolution?
I don't know that they got them wrong. You say that the light comes before the sun. Well,
yes.
The Bible makes
it
was
created
very
after
clear
the light.
that from God's perspective and looking at it, he's consistent with what he says it's going to be like in heaven. He says that there is no sun, that his glory is the light. I think we make a mistake in thinking that we're talking about a physical light that's in that first let there be light. I think he's just talking about his glory shining in the physical realm.
We have the real world, and then we have magic, and you're pulling from each one of those two things to fit whatever you want your argument to be. So you'll say, yeah, it shows evolution, real world. And then you jump over to magic to talk about it's the glory of God that's the actual light. Like, you need to pick one of the two. If we're going to prove that science is in the Bible, then it should be consistent. It shouldn't be.
But what if the actual? But you say it's magic, but from the standpoint of if that is a reality, then God's operation in bringing light into a universe that he's created is actually very simple.
So why wouldn't we discover that?
I mean, the creation of the universe would have been more. What's that?
Is he actively removing the evidence so that we don't find that? Like, why would we discover the opposite of what's in the Bible? Why would we discover things that don't jive? Why wouldn't we discover things about the natural world and it back up what's said? If this God is true and did all these things, like, is he removing the evidence so that we don't find the right answers?
I think he gave you the evidence. I mean, are you talking about the light one?
Any of it? Let's say the worldwide flood.
That light would come, because I think, what evidence are you going to show of God actually showing his light in glory in a physical realm? I mean, he did it once. He did it when he was that first light, and then he made the stars and made everything else. Well, he doesn't need to add to any other light at that point.
So let's talk about the worldwide flood.
It's a logical deduction that he would not continue to shine his light when he's made something that would actually light in the physical realm.
The evidence for that is missing.
What's that now?
The evidence for the worldwide flood is missing. Why would such a story?
I don't think the Bible even says that it's a worldwide flood. I think it actually says that it's a local regional flood. That Noah's flood was actually the last great super regional flood, and it was actually targeting.
What's the significance of one of every animal or two of every animal? Why would two of every animal need to be evacuated?
Why would two of every animal need to be evacuated?
Yeah, well, if it's just a regional flood,
those that are in that regional area. Yeah, because
two of every kind of animal is needed to survive. They can't migrate away from the area. They have to get on a boat for a year.
Some of them may have. Some of them,
and everyone dies.
Those that were
everyone around the world
died.
That's not what
everyone in that region died.
Oz?
Yeah, I think it is. The word that's used, Eretz, is actually a word that can mean land or region.
You're just bending it to make sense to you. That's not what the book says.
No,
I'm actually through special pleading.
I'm reading it through the Hebrew.
I
if you look at it in the Hebrew, the words that are used.
Is that intended?
Yeah,
So, like,
words
are
that
you
are
saying
used.
that I can't get the true meaning unless I speak Hebrew?
No, you can go out and just Google it up if you wanted to. I mean, that's
Well,
how
what if I
easy
didn't
it is
have Google?
for you. If you don't have
What if all I
Google,
had was
I
a
mean,
copy of the King
whether or
James
not
Bible?
if you have a
Well,
copy of the King James Bible,
real
whether or
quick,
not you believe it's a global flood or a regional flood doesn't have a bearing on your salvation.
It does,
So,
because I'm not convinced that the Bible's true because that story is included.
okay. So if I show you a different way of looking at it that's in line with
Where
the
are you getting
original
the
language,
information from? Where are you getting the information from?
I'm getting it from reading the Bible.
Okay, so what in the
and
Bible?
reading it and looking up the Hebrew words.
Okay, well,
Hebrew
hold on.
words mean.
This looking up the Hebrew words thing, where are you getting that?
You can go out and look at any Greek lexicon, ancient Greek lexicon, or ancient Hebrew lexicon.
Well, that's not in the Bible.
To see what those words mean.
That's not biblical. You're telling me I have to read something, I have to have knowledge of something outside the Bible to understand it?
Well, the people that received this message spoke that language. This is not outside the Bible for them. This is their language.
So the God that can do everything,
this
can create the universe,
the
cannot
Bible,
get me his message.
The Bible was not originally
information.
What's that?
I have to have some sort of outside knowledge of information to understand the story of the Bible that's been put in front of me. You're saying that the Bible is incomplete.
The Bible was not intended for everyone originally. It was a book written to the Jews. So this is in their language. They understand it.
So do you think that's the best way to maybe deliver a message of dire importance?
That is the message that he delivered to the Hebrew people in order for them to what they were authorized to be able to talk from. Doesn't mean that's the only way that God talks to people. He could be speaking to you through many means.
All right, so Greg, what I want to do is shift before we move on to another caller. I do want to shift and ask what I always think is the most important question when we do these calls. So there's a lot of claims, and we can go back and forth on creation, the flood, slavery. Like we can chop all that up. And you and I have never been able to have this dialogue. What is it for you specifically, Greg, that that has and still does, today, what the 30th of November, 2020, what is it that convinces you or has persuaded you that the God of the Bible that is the creator in Genesis and the one that did the flood, whether it was regional, global, whatever, what convinces you that God exists and is present and working in your life?
Right. I mean, one is my probably first and foremost is my belief in the accuracy of Scripture, and we could go through that. And I know that you'd probably say, "Hey, wait, I can point out all the inaccuracies." I think there's a lot of places where I can maybe show, "Wait, I think there's a misunderstanding here, and this is why this is accurate." I think number two is also going to be personal experience. I think if you haven't had a personal experience with God, it's kind of hard to think, okay, wait a minute, how can this God be real? And then I think the logic of it, I think the way it fits together with what we observe in terms of human interaction and relationship. I think prophetic evidence, statistical probabilities. I think archaeological evidence. I think I would say literary, when you look at it as a historical document and its proximity to when the actual events are taking place. Does it leave it in a place where it is more or less apt to be a myth relative to other historical writings? I mean, I just think there's a whole lot of things that I've looked at, but probably, I'll share. I've had experiences myself where I've done a lot of mission trips and been in situations where, I'll just tell you one. I was in Venezuela. I'm at the door of a lady who says that her mouth is such that she's in such pain and it's crooked, and says she can't talk to us. Hey, I don't come into my house. I can't have this conversation with you. And I start to say, hey, we'll pray for you, that your mouth, get better or whatever. And first, you need to know I work in the hospital world, so I'm highly skeptical of people that say, hey, someone gets healed and all that. I think there's normally coincidence, and could my story be a coincidence? Yes. But all I know is that my translator grabbed my hand and said, no, we're going to pray that she'll be healed right now, and that we'll be able to talk to us, and puts my hand on her mouth. We pray. I pull my hand away. Her mouth is straight. She says, it doesn't hurt anymore. Let's talk. And we go in and have a conversation. She prays to receive Christ. She wants her whole family to pray to receive Christ. I tell her, everyone's got to make their own decision. Ultimately, the family comes to Christ. And as we're leaving, she's like, hey, look, you need to know something. The greatest miracle that happened today wasn't that my mouth got healed. It was that I met the living God. That's just one example. I can tell you tons of things like that have happened to me. That many Christians, because they probably don't go out and witness and aren't in places where there is seemingly no other answer. They don't experience that kind of stuff. I happen to have experienced it a lot, and it becomes hard to constantly say, "Hey, this is just a coincidence." After a while, so
and Greg,
that would be
there's definitely hundreds, probably thousands of stories like that. That we hear, and my own brother, claims that God healed him and essentially rose him from his deathbed. In hindsight, looking back at it, he had great doctors. he had an amazing team of doctors.
I know that could be the case with mine.
So to keep it from going into an hour long conversation, when it comes to your God and the claims you've set forth there, whether it's miracles, healing, answered prayers, Greg, could you be wrong? Could you be wrong about all of it?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Okay. I recognize I could be. Okay. I'm taking a step of faith because I can't prove that it was God that did it. Was it the heat in my hand just loosened something? Possibly. So I'm not someone who assigns miracles to everything that happens. And in fact, I think there's far fewer miracles than most people want to let on. I think most people are looking for a miracle so they can justify and say that there is a God that they believe in. I'm not looking for that. I just happen to have had that a lot of things happen that were like, holy cow, how did that happen? So, yeah, I believe when it comes to atheists, you've probably heard the story about Abraham and his sacrifice of Isaac, and probably look at that in a negative sense and say, how could a loving God actually ever ask a father to do that?
Oh boy.
I think the story is one of God saying, hey, look, what's the most important thing to you, the thing that you most treasure? And in the case of Abraham, I think as much as anything, Abraham was being asked, do you want the promise that I gave you, that I was going to make you a father of many nations, or do you want me? And Abraham knows that God's going to do the right thing because he knows God. He knows his character. And I think that he's asking him, will you choose me, or are you going to choose a promise? Rich young ruler, he says, hey, the rich young ruler says, hey, I want to follow you. He says, okay, go take your money, take everything, sell it and give all your money to the poor. And he says, you can't do that. He walks away because that's really the God that he wants to serve. I think with an atheist, you guys are looking for actual evidence, absolute evidence that demonstrates that there's a God. For all I know, God is saying to you all, hey, look, do you want the evidence or do you want me? And it may be that you have to say, I don't have the evidence, but God, I want you bad enough that I'm willing to take a step out there of faith and
Right.
and ask you to come to be a part of my life.
And Greg, we
It's
appreciate you.
counterintuitive, I know.
We
Yeah,
appreciate
I know it's
we do
counterintuitive.
appreciate you calling. Hey, call, but next time we're live, call back in, because the Abraham and Isaac text is some of my favorite to discuss. So next time we're on, definitely call.
Oh, sounds great. Hey, I'm sorry I took up so much time. I appreciate y'all though.
Hey, Greg, thanks a lot,
Okay,
my friend.
y'all
Hey,
take care.
thanks, Greg.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, enjoyed speaking with you.
Hey, round of applause for Greg.
Yeah,
Appreciate it,
anytime.
man. Thanks a lot, Greg. Hey, big shout out to Ian Davenport and all the super chat folks in the live chat tonight. Oz, what do we got for those guys tonight?
Super chat. We're delivering atheist pizzas.
No, we ran out of pizza earlier, dog.
Jeff, you were supposed to have the backup. What's the backup?
The backup is atheist tacos.
Oh, we do have some tacos. We do have tacos, but also one of the big shout out to PMOS for giving all the mods a bunch of work to do tonight. So tighten your anus, catty cat, macat skills. I didn't see Grumpy in there, but I did see a bunch of mods handling their business on a bunch of racist comments. You come in the chat, there's a bunch of snipers in there. They're gonna get you. They're going to dab you up. What they going to do, Oz?
They're going to blacka.
Theo's in there. We got Theo. We got Titan. We got Cat. Like they ain't done this before. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't modded before.
And that's really, I just want to say, it's really lazy trolling from a professional troll. Like you gotta make it like last a little longer. You gotta, draw people in a little bit.
You want to drop some letters in the chat.
You know, like.
Go ahead then.
Trolling lessons 101.
Go ahead, get banned. Really so you want to get banned is what I'm hearing you say, is basically what I'm hearing you say, though.
I got a troll going on somebody else with an account for 12 years.
Somebody trolled
they
you
don't
earlier,
even know
got
about.
into the backstage here and put you as Jeff the Hare. I don't know what the fuck that meant. Who was that?
That was Cat.
Who called you Jeff the Hare? I don't know. I think it's jacked up myself personally.
If I ever go bald, I'm really not going to have anything.
Dude, you got beautiful hair. Just shake it out. Shake it out.
Thanks.
Look at that thing. It's full of volume.
Get your hands.
Do you use a mousse or a pomade? What is that?
I use a pomade. I use a water-based pomade because it's easy to wash out.
Is it vegan?
And it's not bad for the health. It actually is vegan, but that's not why I buy it. It's not tested on animals.
Well, hey, dude, look. Is it atheist approved is what I want to get to know.
Oh, 100%. It has no God claim.
All right. Big shout out to J Mike earlier, because J Mike was chatting it up with a guest that we're having on. So we're having on Eddie, guy from TikTok that I think he's got a bit of a bromance right now going on with our buddy, the philosophical plumber. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even going to screen this. It might even be PMOS. Thanks for calling the Atheist Roundtable. You're live with Oz and Jeff the Hare.
I got evidence for God.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I got some evidence for God. I don't know if you've considered.
All right, just before you do, what's your first name?
It's Tom.
Kyle?
Kyle.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. And are you a... well, I guess you're a theist if you know that God exists, I guess.
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Cool. Thank you, Cal. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the evidence for God is KFC, watermelon, grape soda, collard greens, basketball, crack cocaine.
That's solid. That's solid, man. How'd you come to know this?
Did you hang up? We were going to... That was it?
God damn it, Kyle. I just filled out the damn banner. Fuck. God damn it.
I was about to take Kyle through some crack cocaine SE.
Yeah. Also, did he call from a real number? Can you call him right back?
No, he was restricted.
Oh, okay.
Look, if you're going to troll me, don't make me work.
That was real funny. You really got us.
God damn it, Kyle. Fucking Kyle.
You think his name is actually Kyle?
I doubt it. Cheesy
Sounded
ass
like
Kyle.
a Tad or Devin.
Goddamn Kyle. I got evidence for God. Watermelons. Yeah, good one, Kyle. I've eaten a bunch of watermelons, okay, and I didn't see God. Fucking
I could have carved God, or no, I've never even seen God, so I couldn't even carve God. Never mind.
I'm on to you, Kyle. I bet you were P-Mars.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Did you star 69 him? We can star 69 that.
Jeff, don't you threaten me with a good time, Jeffrey.
You know what I found out? So my girlfriend's dad is a 6'2" larger Belgian dude.
Is he single?
And, no.
Oh, okay.
And he is a private investigator.
Mhm.
Not exactly the job that you want a potential girlfriend, like, you know, when you're dating someone to find out that their parents are private investigators, and slightly intimidating.
Hey, just Jeff, guess who's in the chat, yo?
Who?
You're taking too long. Pastor John. Pastor John's in the chat. Hey, he's dropping questions again. He's on TikTok dropping those questions out to atheists. You know, with his radio voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's putting out questions.
I'm over Pastor John.
He's doing those question things. Hey, atheists, I've got a question for you.
How do you know there's no God?
Yes, I've got a giant question.
Why do we come from monkeys? The Big Bang's not true.
I'm about to duet it.
I just wonder how many straw mans per minute they get in an argument.
If Pastor John wasn't so good looking, I swear.
Why don't we just go down? Let's go visit him. I want to go visit Pastor John.
We should go down there. He's It's a 674 Maple Street.
Does he live near a beach, or is he in like the middle Florida, like Everglades, backwoods? I don't want to go visit part of Florida.
Oh, he's in a really nice part of the Gulf Coast. I'm not going to dox his ass, but he's down on the Gulf.
He's in the Panhandle.
He's my son. I'm not, I might as well. I can joke him because he's my legitimate son.
He sounds like he's from Gainesville.
He's my boy. He's my
Pastor John. Do you know how to skin a possum?
He does. He does know how to skin a possum.
Okay, I know what part of Florida he's from.
Yeah. I didn't just raise him on hunting and fishing. That's how we used to eat back in the day. Possums. Look,
that's another way to prove a God claim.
What's this number, Jeff? Say it.
Hey, pasta.
Or Oz can just say, "Hey, pasta." I don't mind.
Is that just real quick in the chat? Is that the same Pat that's changed from atheist to Christian back and forth as much as Tired James does? Is that the same one?
Yeah.
He should just create 2 accounts and make simultaneous videos. One is a Christian and one is an atheist.
That's what I'm talking about. We're here all night.
Fallacy per second, or FPS, is it more commonly known, is usually about 30 to 60 FPS. Fallacy per second, Atheist Chico.
Shout out to Atheist Chico, guys. And if I catch that guy dropping any more super chats, he's done. In fact, Oz, can you send Atheist Chico a gift card for me, please? Atheist gift card, one of the atheist ones.
Atheist gift card for the atheist store.
100 atheist dollars, please.
The atheist store actually is just called a library for Christians.
Look, if you'd like to donate to Atheist Chico, it's 706-236-7608.
7608.
7608.
I got a lot of people. I'm live streaming this on TikTok too. I have quite a few people watching, and they all keep saying things to me, but not calling. So if you want to keep asking your questions, I see your questions. I'm just not going to answer them unless you pay them.
Damn it, Chico. Oz, can you ban Chico? Can we? Fuck, God damn it.
Yep, here he goes right now.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, it was all the atheist rave crew.
706-236-7608.
Look, if you want to call 706-236-7608 just to chitty chat with Atheist Troll, tell him that he's got a weasel face. Make fun of his hair. Or if you just want to shoot the shit with Oz, chop it up, just give us a call.
You notice we got 3 6s in our phone number?
We do.
We already talked about that.
Did you notice we have 3 6s in our phone number?
Shout out to Pasta's mom. Oh, okay. Hold on. Thanks for calling the Atheist Roundtable. You're live with Weasel Face Troll and Oz.
Hello. Can I speak to Jeff, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what's your first name?
You got to think about it.
Michael.
Michael.
Yeah,
And
Michael.
Michael, are you an atheist? Wait, hold on. Are you an atheist or a theist? Which one are you?
I'm a theist, but I don't really plan to talk about theism right now.
No problem. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right. So, Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So, me and you had a conversation about like a couple of days ago and yesterday, and I was the guy who messaged you about those near-death experiences. Would you like to continue our conversation?
Yeah, the video you sent me.
All right. So, yeah. So, what'd you find wrong with the video?
So the thing is, a lot of it can't be validated. B, it's personal experience. C, it can't be replicated. D, it's not the same experience people around the world have. And E, I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, because I know you remember. I remember you told me you had a bias that you don't want to live forever. I can understand that, but before we move on, can you tell me like what evidence would be enough for you to believe in an afterlife?
I guess convincing evidence would be what would change my mind.
What specifically?
Something that would convince me.
All right, so I'll just give you like a hypothetical or an example. So say like a dude just like died in front of you, and then you gave him CPR, and then he came back to life, and he said, "Oh, I talked to your one of your family members in heaven. He said a conversation that only you and that family member had that he could have possibly never knew of." Would that be enough to convince you?
Have you recently lost a member of your family?
Nope.
Like within the last 5 years?
Well, no, I'm just really into philosophy of mind. I'm
Sure.
really into that, so that's why I really got into this stuff.
Does the name Michael mean anything to you?
Nope.
No? An M word? M, Michael, Mary?
Oh, wait. Okay, wait. So why are we trying to shift the conversation this way? I just gave you an example. Can you like answer it, please?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Could you repeat the question?
So, all right. So let's say
I do CPR on you, you recover, and you come back and say, "Hey, your grandma told me what?"
Yeah, and then that conversation is only between you and your grandma. He could have possibly never knew about it. Would that convince you, or would you still be skeptical?
That would be pretty convincing, sure. Now, it would need to be pretty specific.
Very specific. Well, yeah. All right. Well, now we got that out of the way, because I said that because people like Matt Dillahunty, when Matt Dillahunty was asked that question, he was still very skeptical about it. So I just wanted to see how your skepticism.
I would be very skeptical because there can be what I was doing with the Michael thing is pretty common to see on those shows where they have psychics come in and they are able to, find someone in the room and give them a message from a dead one. So, that doesn't convince me. I know that it's a trick. I know that people can play that trick. And I also know that people that are having a near-death experience are near death. Their brain is not exactly functioning correctly. So I've had visions before. I've had
near-death experience. Go ahead.
I said I've had situations, health concerns that have put me in the hospital, that I've had visions, those kinds of things. And that it's the process of the mind not functioning correctly. And if you have evidence to something else,
Well, near-death experience is just a title, because like, what else are you supposed to call it? It's pretty much like just a title. Not every single one of them is going to be.
Call it like
how
a brain screw up, a personal opinion from somebody who is in dire situation, things like that. Lack of oxygen to the brain, and this is their personal experience.
Yeah. So I asked you the question yesterday, and you didn't really respond to it. So I was asking if like are you a physicalist, or like what's your view on that?
Like, do I believe that the only thing that exists is what I can see in the physical world?
Yeah, we could say that. Like, you don't believe that your mind and brain are two different things. Do you believe that it's just brain, or it's mind and brain?
I don't think that there's another physical part of the brain, no, or spiritual part of the brain, no.
Well, all right, yeah, okay. So you're a physicalist then.
When it comes to the brain.
Well, now that we got that out, yeah. So now that we got that out of the way, so I talked to you about that near-death experience that blind person had in that video. When he died, and he came back, he got visions of family members, and then the doctors were able to confirm that those were his family members, and also his family was able to do that. So, like, what are your thoughts on that?
So, what you mean? He was accurately describing what they look like?
Yeah, he said he saw a vivid vision from them, and this man was blind from birth. And he's never seen anything in his whole life. And he gave an accurate description of what his past family members had looked like. And both his family and the doctors confirmed it.
Sure. Do you think it's possible that maybe he heard throughout his life his family members described?
Possible, improbable.
How is it improbable?
Because saying that is just because it's not really saying he heard anything, because we're giving an accurate description. Because like if you tell a blind person, oh, this is the color blonde, when you talk about hair color, they're not going to know.
Yeah, but we're talking about
they don't know.
If I use language, if I use language to describe what someone looks like, the blind person knows language and he can repeat language. He's not necessarily drawing upon his own visions to make that. He's using his language to describe that. And if it was demonstrated to him through language, he's demonstrating it back through language.
All right. So
it would be different if he even still demonstrate. I mean, I don't know how you would demonstrate that he saw these people. Because, I mean, of course, throughout the life, I'm sure as a blind person, he would have had his family members physically described to him. I mean, I don't see why that's such a weird, like out of like supernatural thing to believe in. It's not that great of an example.
Yeah, but the thing is, this man's brain literally died out, and because you saw the video, you know that the man pretty much like died out, and he gave an accurate description. Like the experts confirmed it, and it's just like very improbable to say, oh, he just heard these two things about the family members. Like, how does that get you to the God claim? Well, I'm not talking. Well, when did I mention God?
I'm asking, how does that get you to a God claim? Because you called in, you said you were a theist. I'm wondering how that supplements the God claim.
Well, I didn't. Well, at the beginning of the call, I mentioned I didn't really want to talk about theism because that's not really what I wanted to go after. I just want to talk about NGEs and see what we can go on from there.
Hey, Oz, did you ever have a large preacher come in and do like mind reading kind of things where they told people, things about family members or what they're going to do in life or things like that?
Yeah, being in the evangelical world, it was more, those would be prophecies, that we're going to prophesy over your life. But I'll say I had 2 or 3 near-death experiences where I coded out in trauma units, and I never saw family members, lights, darkness, heaven, hell, demons, any of the things that you hear people talk about. So I was lifeless after life, or, that's why it's hard to base things on that, because
this is when you were Christian.
Well,
Oz.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, because I don't really know that much about Oz or him at all, but the thing is, I want to talk about the specific video that me and you both saw. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about anecdotal evidence.
Does that mean you have like a specific script that you want to go down, or like, why don't you want to explore other things?
Well, no. because me and you saw the exact same video, so I
Yeah.
just want to talk about the
I've
video.
seen a lot of videos
All
of
right.
near-death experiences. I've seen a lot of people hand that information over, and I've seen a lot of people from other faiths that hand over near-death experiences with a different outcome.
Well, the thing is, no, because if you saw them, because this is where I got skeptical last night when we had the call, because you made that exact argument. But at the end of the video, the dude explained that throughout like the entirety of the world, different cultures that people were raised in, they had similar near-death experiences. It didn't match up with their religions.
Similar in the way that they see a light.
Well, not a light. I mean, just like out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Like because the thing is, okay, because this is something only me and you are going to get, because I'm not trying to really reach the audience here. The audience isn't going to have any idea what we're talking about, since me and you didn't both, because me and you we're the only ones who saw the video. The audience didn't see it. So
I feel like they think they've seen it.
Hey, Michael, if I could real quick, I know you called in to talk to Jeff about near-death experiences. In being somebody that has had 2 or 3 of those myself, I do feel like I'm qualified to have that conversation. Why is that? First of all, why is that fascinating to you? Why does a near-death experience? Why does that mean anything to you?
Well, it doesn't really. It's just, the thing is, if I were to see something with like a high amount of evidence, then I would like to pursue it, because I study philosophy a lot. Philosophy of mind, something I study a lot. And that's just something that had to do with philosophy of mind. So I started studying it recently. I bought a few books on it. I bought Keith Ward's book on More Than Matter. I haven't read it yet, but I'm gonna probably read it soon enough. But it's just something, just like, it just seems cool. Not really like anything bad happening here or anything.
Yeah. Oh, no. I'm asking the questions because when somebody calls in asking about that specifically, I love to know more about it, because I hear claims all the time of near-death experiences and all these, crazy experiences or conversations they have with family members, or they see lights or whatever. And I know you said, you mentioned when I brought up my story, you brought up anecdotal evidence, or however you stated it. I don't want to misrepresent you, but I would argue that bringing up one video that you showed to Jeff that the rest of us haven't seen would also be anecdotal. So I'm trying to figure out why why this is, if we're not going to tie it to a God claim, why is that important without tying it to a supernatural or a God, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, don't get me wrong. I didn't just want to dismiss you or anything because I thought it was uninteresting. I just wanted to talk to Jeff about the specific video, because that's what I was really interested in it. I mean, we can talk about yours, but I just saw someone. I'm watching this from my TV right now, and I saw someone say, "I would love to see this video you speak of," and the video is titled "It's by Inspiring Philosophy." And the video is titled, "Is There Life After Death?" But just search up Inspiring Philosophy and just scroll down his channel. You'll find the video, in case whoever's asking on the TV. Going back to it, what was your question again? Sorry.
So you called on the show, and I appreciate you want to talk to Jeff, but we co-host this together. So when I'm on here, I'm going to pop in when there's something that does relate to me or I want to talk about. So you want to talk about near-death experiences, which I've had multiple, but then you said you didn't want to talk about God or theism. So if we're separating the two, is there a purpose in talking about one without the other? Like I'm trying to figure that out, because to me, if you're a theist, eventually, if you're going to go down a format or a script or whatever, you're going to end up still coming back to a God or supernatural. So I'm trying to get to the end point there.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry if I bring up a God a couple of times. I'm trying my hardest to stay away from that. But we're just pretty much talking about the video, because I get what you're saying, because your near-death experience, because I don't know if you I forgot how you really explained it, but it sounded like you really saw it like not really anything special in the video that I recommended Jeff. And like at the very beginning of the video, the person who's narrating the video said that that half of the patients who had those experiences, more than half, about only 20% of patients who die end up having an actual near-death experience. And he listed an example of one was it was in this hospital room, and this patient just flat out died. And then like after the procedure, when they brought the dude back to life, he gave gave an accurate description of what of what was going on in the room and what was going on in other rooms. But that's not really what. Because the biggest piece of evidence in that video was a doctor pulled into control groups. One group claimed to have near-death experiences, while the other claimed to not have any near-death experiences. The doctor questioned the people who didn't have the near-death experiences and told them to give a brief explanation of what happened in the room that they were in while they were dead. And like you'd expect, none of them really were able to explain what happened in the room. While on the near-death experience side, 100% of the people in the room were able to give a good explanation of what happened in full detail of like what people were wearing, what was happening in other rooms. And
okay, so Michael, what at the end of the day, what does that bring us to? So what?
Wait, what?
So all those things happen, okay, according to you in this video. All those things happen. So what? Where are we at? What's the point?
Well, I mean, it's just because I was talking to Jeff Brown. He just dismissed it as zero evidence, and I wanted to say that there is at least some sort of evidence in there.
Of what? Evidence of what?
The thing is,
evidence of what?
Of a potential life after death. I'm not saying it could be like heaven or something. I mean, it could be reincarnation. Who knows? But I just want to say that there is pretty solid evidence.
Yeah, there's people that believe there's solid. Hold on. There's people that think there's evidence for reincarnation.
Yeah.
So we could just turn into a butterfly tomorrow. That you think that's evidence for that? I don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not totally trying to be a smartass, but I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this because I don't understand.
Well, I'm not really trying to provide a complete conclusion because I just want to say that there is because this evidence provides that there's most likely some sort of life after death.
No, that doesn't. No, that's a far stretch. As soon as we have something that's medically documented that would suggest that we have evidence for that, then we can start to look into that. But just a video on inspiring for philosophy, which I'm familiar with, posting a video about people making claims of a claim does not substantiate evidence whatsoever. I mean, there's people that believe that they are visited by aliens once a week, and just because they say that.
What's the little boy in the movie that went to heaven and came back? Wasn't there a movie about that? Christian little boy.
I have no idea.
There was a pretty famous movie, at least when I was growing up and I was in high school, and it was this Christian movie about this like 5-year-old that went to heaven and came back, and like I'm pretty sure that they found out that it was all kind of hoax, and the parents had coached the kid, and all this other stuff had happened. I just don't. I've seen near-death experience stories where the guy passed out, was in the hospital, dead for like 10 minutes, came back alive, and was able to recite the serial number off the back of the medical equipment. Like, I don't know what that's evidence of.
Okay.
I don't know what that proves.
Well, and people, for the record, and then you guys can talk or we can move on, whatever. People sharing stories about stories. That's not evidence. That's not. We can't demonstrate it. We can't duplicate it. We can't observe it over and over again. That's not evidence. If anything, it's the same anecdotal story or evidence that you. I mean,
it's nice to ponder upon. We could ponder upon it.
We can think about it.
Yeah, I think about it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, yeah, I've seen those videos where like those people gave their testimonies or whatever. Yeah, I'm skeptical of those. But the thing is, the video provided many because it wasn't just claims upon claims and therefore life after death, because it was claims and then like people like they were like doctors and stuff and people who like
don't you think that's an appeal to authority?
In the other room. An appeal to authority. You made that claim last time, and when we were messaging, and because like the thing is, you called me on appeal to authority.
I'm asking.
When we were messaging, so you're asking if it's appeal to authority.
Yes.
Well, can you describe an authority right now, like a doctor, or are you talking about like an expert? Is that who I'm? Like,
I mean, you're using a doctor as your as somehow this evidence is better because it's coming from a doctor.
Well, the thing is, we gotta say if the evidence, because an evidence is usually better if it comes from some sort of expert. Like I told you last time, if a random group of people were to see like aliens in the sky or whatever, we wouldn't really trust it. But if a group of astronomers were to see a group of aliens in the sky, we would at least consider that because they're experts.
Okay, the last question, and we do have to move on to the next caller. Michael, if there's doctors in the room and they are present, if we pull up Google right now, are there links to the actual medical documentations or
like
papers
medical journals?
Journals or papers written by these doctors doctors that were in the room?
Wait, did you cut out? Or
no, we were asking if there are medical journals that we could study.
Well, the thing is, in the video that I sent you, the dude post multiple sources and multiple book recommendations of NDEs.
No, I'm asking for a medical journal for that specific instance.
A medical journal?
Yeah, or something, just something from these doctors that we could read. Like a specific medical journal. Like, do you think like just a quick scroll on Google, just search of NDE, and we can find something from there? Is that what you're really talking about? No, I'm talking about.
I don't really get what you're trying to say.
The one that the guy that we're using as an example right now, is there a specific medical journal related to that one that we can read? That way, we could maybe offset the appeal to authority a little bit.
Well. All right, so are we talking about the video or are we talking about just a random NDE?
That specific one. Thank you, J. Mike.
All right, the specific video. Okay, in the video, he did provide multiple sources to every single one of them, the NDEs he was talking about. So, I mean,
are any of those peer reviewed?
Description. Well, yeah.
Okay, so let's get one of those.
Quoted books and stuff. You want me to pull up right now?
No, I'm just saying, just send me that next time you're around. We'll discuss it.
Well, why can't you just click on the video and just look at the description? Why do I need to?
I don't just believe every YouTube video that comes my way.
Well, the thing, I'm not telling you to watch the video. I'm telling you just to look at the sources he provided in its description.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right.
Thanks for calling.
All right. Well, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking with you.
Nice pasta. So fresh and so clean. So that was interesting, Jeff.
Near-death experiences. So I did look it up. The movie was called, thanks, Grumpy got it for me, Heaven is Real. And it's about a 5-year-old.
Oh, I remember that. I do remember now that
So he went to heaven as 5-year-old, whatever. Well, when the kid grew up, he came out and said, look, the whole shit was it was all bullshit. Like, I was coached on what to say. I just got popularity from pretending, all this stuff. And the Lifeway, was the Christian bookstore, pulled the book. And all kinds of other stuff happened. So yeah, it was all made up.
I was about to say, if I remember right, bookstores had to pull, and then all these major news talk show hosts, all this shit had to apologize. Our bad. We got robbed just like you did.
Yeah. So, and I don't have anything against near-death experiences, but I kind of roll my eyes because I just don't see the merit in it. One, I don't think it proves any of the afterlife. And if it's this thing where you go somewhere or transport outside your body, it's like that Dateline NBC bullshit thought stuff. I mean, sure, it may make you feel better about going into the afterlife, but the actual cases and case studies of this stuff, and when you read actual peer-reviewed literature about these things, they don't entertain it. So why should I entertain it?
Right. And I was already skeptical, when after what happened to me happened, then when I became an atheist and I started digging into it more. Now when people say, well, what about this? I'm like, well, technically I 100% coded out twice in a trauma unit, and
what did you see?
They had to resuscitate me, and I saw nothing. I remember nothing.
You know what I saw?
What'd you say?
So I get like when I have a pass out or like a pretty serious, like I've had maybe 3 instances in my life where I've had something serious. One of them was I had this like really bad pain in my abdomen and I don't know what it was. And so I went to the emergency room because it was like 12 hours of this really bad pain. And they think they're like pushing on my side and they're like, oh shit, your appendix, like it's your appendix. And like right when they said that, like I pass out, like, I don't know what's going on. I get like really heavy ringing in my ear and shiny lights, like speckles. So I don't know if that's what happens, maybe with your eye sockets. I'm sure there's a medical explanation that was better. I'm not a doctor. Maybe we should get a doctor on the show.
That was angel dust.
Is that
angel
what it is?
dust.
We should get a medical doctor to come on the show to talk about near-death experiences. Or this might be maybe a better topic for J. Mike and his show. I don't know. He seems to be really good at getting doctors on there. J. Mike, you're in the comments. Get a doctor on the show, and we're going to talk about near-death experiences. That sounds like right up his alley with 5D and all this other out-of-body shit.
Well, what sounds like more fun right now is talking about you and the Slickinator.
Hey, I'm going to play this for a second. I don't want you to tell me is the audio working? No. Okay, I got to figure that out.
Nah.
Well, it says I click share audio, but I think do I have to share my whole? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I'm good.
All right.
Proven. Is that what you're asking, or you want evidence for what, or whatever?
I don't know if it's evidence that I need. I'm wearing a different shirt. What I'm saying is I don't currently believe that the Christian God, the God of the Bible, is true. This isn't an active choice that I've made. It's just where I'm at right now. So it
is an active choice.
Well, then I am unaware of this choice.
If you're unaware of the choice, how come you're repeating it to me as what you believe?
I didn't say that. I said I don't believe that the Christian Bible God is correct. I have not been convinced. My mind has not conveyed that.
And why don't you believe it?
I don't see compelling evidence.
What do you mean evidence?
Like compelling, something that would change my mind, a compelling reason to believe.
Okay, and what would be a compelling reason to believe?
I'm not sure. I'm just saying that my mind has not converted to belief. So I have not seen what I need to see in order to convert to belief.
Okay, so the number of electrons in the universe is roughly 10 to the 80th power. If the universe is 18 billion years old, which I don't grant, but they say 14.3, 14.7, let's just say 18. And if each particle in the universe could change its state at the maximum rate, the Planck's constant.
I'm pretty sure they say it's 13.8 billion. But...
At any rate, if it were every particle in the universe were.
Can we stop there and just talk about how annoyed Matt Slick was that someone else dared to cut in while he was talking? But okay. Also, the math thing. I just love math. Let's just, we'll let him.
Changing its state constantly. Every particle in the entire universe. Then what you do is you just multiply the exponents. 10 to the 80th. How many seconds there are, how many this, how many that. I can do the math for you. It comes up to 10 to the 138th power. It's called the universal probability bound. It's just a number of the maximum total possible events in the entire universe. If the universe for 18 billion years, every particle was changing its state to the maximum rate. For 18 billion years, it's 10 to the 138th state changes. Okay? That's just a number. 10 to the 138th power. You with me?
I am.
All right. The Bible has been analyzed prophetically by mathematicians. And so, when Jesus is to be born in Bethlehem, Micah 5:2, written 500 BC, which is quoted in the New Testament. Now, as an example, I don't know how many people were alive in the world back then. Let's just say 2 million. Let's say, I don't know, probably more than that. Let's just say 10 million, because 10's easier to work with. 10 million people in the entire world. Okay, how many people lived in
just make up
Bethlehem?
whatever numbers we want.
It wasn't that big a city. Let's just say 500, that's a big city actually in that time. So the 500
Huge.
numerator over 10 million denominator. And that would be, in a decimal form, that would be the odds of anybody being born in that city. With me?
Sure.
Okay. And I could do the math. I can do it right now. Just to be
I
consistent
trust
here.
your math.
Okay, my math, you don't know me.
We talk about some arbitrary numbers.
So
just make it up. Whatever.
Hold on a sec here. I'm going to just get a blank page here. And so let's
Yeah,
just
you
say
need a blank page.
over, what was it, 10 million? These are just rough numbers. I'm not saying these are accurate.
That's how all religions start.
So and now get it set up really fast. Good. That equals, I love Excel. I would marry Excel.
What?
I would marry Excel.
What did he say?
An incredible program.
I would marry Excel.
0.0.
He said he wants to have a marriage with Excel.
The program for the
0.0005. So it's 1 in 100,000.
Excel makes
which is
Matt
roughly
look horny,
1 in
baby.
10 to the 5th or 10 to the 6th power. 10 to the 5th, I think it is. Okay? So, okay, that's the odds of Jesus being born there. And then
funny.
you get the idea. I'm not going to do this for everyone. Born of a virgin, that's a little on the special side, and we can go through that. Born of a certain
it's on the
lineage,
special side.
Born
Hold on, can you pause this?
time frame. Also,
the only time I'll do this because I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. Are we literally getting math equations on Jesus's birth and?
Don't worry, I'm going where you're going. We're gonna get there.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
he had to be crucified in a certain way, or death would be a certain way.
I actually
And,
did check his math.
that
I was
the
checking his math.
Purchasing of the potter's field, 30 pieces of silver was prophesied. And in Daniel chapter 9, which is about 600 BC, 600 or 700 BC, it was written, Daniel 9:24 through 27. It talks about the coming of the Messiah. He'll be cut off at a certain time, and it says how many years it will be. And I'm skipping a lot of details, but it's 173,880 days from the decree of Nebuchadnezzar to rebuild the city of Jerusalem, which
Are you
happened
just
in
saying
March
that the probability of the prophecies in the Bible is a reason to believe it?
It exceeds the universal probability bound by incredible amounts.
Well, I would agree with you on that, but I'm still not at the point where I believe those events are true. I don't believe that Jesus was born of a virgin in Bethlehem.
Can I just make?
Hold on. If you don't believe she's born of a virgin, then we got nothing to talk about, because the eyewitnesses who knew the people wrote what they did, and they put it in the New Testament.
But how would they know?
They interviewed the people.
Yeah, but she could just lie.
Yeah, I guess Mary could lie, being a good Jewish person that she was, about
Oh,
Jesus
this is
the
badass.
Messiah, who died and rose from the dead. I think all of them probably lied. So now you got a problem.
Well, even if
Now,
they,
when it gets-
even if these eyewitness testimonies existed, like, how would they know? How would an eyewitness? There wasn't an eyewitness there with Mary her entire time to make sure she did not get pregnant by a
What if
man.
I'm not using the right
She was
calculator?
pregnant
though?
before they got betrothed. That's adultery in that marriage context.
I'm sure that happened.
context. And so he was going to put her away, but he did not. And an angel appeared. They went down to Egypt, which fulfilled another prophecy, and then came back later because Herod tried to kill Jesus. And that's another prophecy. So, the thing is,
What is the
you're saying
likelihood,
is-
though, statistically, that Mary was an adulterer? Isn't that much more prominent than having a virgin birth?
well, I would say that let's look at that. Let's say she's an adulteress, okay?
What if she had a little
Yeah,
lamb?
she's actually screwing around. All right. Then what we would have to have is the husband to be Joseph has to be convinced that she's not an adulteress. Why would Joseph suddenly say, okay, because he was going to put her away?
And there we have it.
You know what, Jeff? I feel like you weren't wearing the dappity do in the hair in that video.
I was recording the audio. I didn't know you were going to play the video with my
Lower your
face.
voice.
Sorry, sir. But it's interesting because he just assumes and makes claims the whole time that, everybody would have to lie, or I don't know, maybe it didn't ever happen.
Well,
Maybe
I feel,
Mary didn't have a virgin birth. Maybe we don't know Jesus' real parents. Like, we don't have any information about this guy at
hey,
all.
do you know anybody in Springfield, Mass?
No.
Hey, Jeff, go ahead and get this one for me.
Okay. Hey, man, what's up? Hey, what's up? You're on.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on? What's your name?
Christopher Fairchild, A4. Jeff know me. We're already with.
Hey, Chris, you called in. You've called in before, right, Chris?
Yeah, on the 24th, we talk about slavery.
No,
but now I want to talk. I want to.
No,
Yeah,
hold on 1 second. That's going to get you pegged in. But yeah,
he's got to get the lower third going.
Yeah, I got to get that lower third. Chris, come on, man.
Sure.
Are you the one that talked to me about voodoo?
Ready? No, I don't talk about voodoo. I'm Christian.
Oh, okay. All right.
We were talking about slavery and
ownership of another person,
and we finished there. Right. I mean, I had to explain it, but you didn't want the explanation. But whatever. I was calling about the show you were the audio you were showing right now, whatever it is, about Mary, virgin birth, and all that.
Sure. Do you have something that would convince me of a virgin birth? Do you have some evidence that would convince us of a virgin birth?
Did we lose him?
I think he's giving us the evidence.
All right,
I was gonna be like, "Hey, Oz, look, they're volunteering the slavery thing this time." Like, hey, they're just calling in to talk about it. We have to bring it up.
They're just passing under the table.
Here.
Hey, I was going to say we're so used to talking about word salad. Matt Slick just invented a new thing tonight, which is now math salad. We now have math salad that we can put all the numbers in a big bowl together and stir them together. And what do we have?
Math salad.
The math salad.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too, because obviously, when I took the Matt call, I was trying to be somewhat respectful. I didn't want to go in and just completely troll the guy and ruin the opportunity to have a productive conversation. But every time I pushed back against what he was saying in the comments, because I was watching the comments in that Discord channel, all the Christians would be like, "Oh, does this guy not get it? It's such an easy concept to understand. Like blah 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 this." And I'm like, just asking simple questions. And you're unable to give an answer to those simple questions without going into a complete ad absurdum about, well, yeah, I guess that, I guess she just lied and everybody lied and all of the people there lied. Like, dude, chill out. Like, it's not a virgin birth would fulfill the prophecy. I get that. Him being born in Bethlehem would fulfill the prophecy. Him being crucified would fulfill the prophecy. Him rising 3 days later would fulfill the prophecy. I'm not saying that statistically that would not be impressive. It would be very impressive. But I don't believe any of those events actually happened. So the statistics are meaningless. If you prove the virgin birth, the born in Bethlehem, the riding in on a donkey, the crucifixion, you prove any of those things instantly, you just gained 20% of belief out of me.
And Sean Alexander just put a good one in the chat. He said, and you can use 1,000 times 1,000 island dressing. Applause. 10
to the 10th power Italian dressing.
Yeah.
It's just funny how they like to use math. Like who sat around going, what's the probability of don't worry about the probability. Prove the stuff happened first. Then we can talk about the probability. You're skipping steps.
Yeah.
Are you still on the phone?
Are we good now?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we lost you.
All right. So, no, you didn't lose me. I'm right here. I don't run.
Okay.
All right. So,
virgin birth.
The virgin birth. I can't give you probability. I cannot prove you that it happens, but maybe we can create some reasonable expectation that it could have happened. How about
Sure.
Is that agreeable?
Yeah,
okay.
I think. Okay, so how could it have reasonably happened?
Okay. Well, we can get to where it could be, where it could be reasonable that it could happen. I'm not saying I can prove it, but let's discuss it for a second. We have the virgin birth. We have Virgin Mary. She's saying, I was never married, never had a child, never been with a man. Now I'm pregnant. Okay, so it's not like they don't know where babies come from. They do know where babies come from. Hence, Joseph wanted to put her away so it will not to be stoned, because Joseph is not a fool. He knows if you're pregnant, you cheated on me. So he's not a fool. Are we there so far?
Sure.
You guys there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so all right, so he's not a fool. She's making a claim. Now years pass. She gives birth. There's a child. And later on, here comes the man Jesus, and all these people started following him. And they're not fooled. They're not fooled because
are you guessing, or is this information like that you got from somewhere?
No, I'm just putting it together for you guys.
Okay, so this is just like a thought experiment.
No, yeah, like a thought experiment, exactly. Okay. So you have all these people who are not fooled. They know the Bible. They know that the Messiah, given the prophecy, should be coming up right now. Actually, should have been born 30 years ago, and they knew about it. That's why the King Herod killed all the babies, looking to kill Jesus. So they were waiting for Jesus already, and they thought he was dead. So they gave up on him. Forget it. The Messiah is dead. Now, this woman claimed to be a virgin when she gives birth. That is an extraordinary claim.
Absolutely.
And you cannot back. Absolutely. And you cannot. A normal man, if I say I was born out of a virgin, my mother was a virgin, then you would say that's crazy, because you are just like any other man. But Jesus was different. See, Jesus walked on water.
Magic.
Jesus walked on water. Magic. Okay, call it magic. Walk on water, calm the sea, cure the leprosy, raise the dead.
But we still have leprosy. It wasn't cured.
5. Okay. Well, the problem is this. Here's the problem. Nobody goes to death for a lie. And all those people were willing to die knowing that they met the Jesus.
Do you know who the Branch Davidians are?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who the Branch Davidians are?
No.
Do you know about the Jonestown Massacre?
Yes.
Do you know who Charlie Manson is?
Yes.
Okay. All of those people got people to kill and die for them.
Right.
So were they
believed it?
They died for what they believed in, which was false.
So
that people are willing to die for false.
No. Well, nobody's going to die for a lie. You die for what you believe.
You just demonstrated. I just gave you 3 examples of people that died for a lie.
No, they died for a lie because we know it's a lie. But they believe the lie. There's a difference. You don't say, this is a lie, but I'm going to die for it. You don't. Yeah, do
but
that.
But you're trying to say that they died for it, therefore it's more valid.
No, I'm saying that they believe the lie.
Okay, so I believe that they believed it.
Nobody died for the. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that makes the claim any more true. We can just take that and throw it away. It's not necessary.
No, it's not. Yeah, no, the claim was not true. Absolutely not. But to believe it, you have to believe it. Same with the apostle. Here's the difference. The difference is that Jesus claimed to be born be the Messiah, born of a virgin. They saw him walk on water. They saw him all this stuff.
Who saw him walk on water?
That's what they believe. Of course, they saw him walk on water.
Who did?
The apostle Peter. Well, Peter, John, the apostle, they were on the boat.
Who wrote about it?
In the Sea of Galilee.
Hey, Chris, real quick, are you Chris, are you familiar with the word Alma?
Yeah. No, please explain it to me.
So Alma in the original text is what is used when describing Mary, and it is not virgin. It is young woman at age to bear. Has nothing to do with virginity. Okay. So already we already have holes in that story because in the original text it does not refer to or describe virginity. Let me pull it up. I can tell you because I want to make sure I tell you right.
Hebrew.
Not not in the KJV. In the Bible that I have the KJV says she's a virgin. But
This
That's
is
not
what
claim
was
is that
used to make the KJV.
do you understand what?
That's what was before the KJV that they used to make the KJV.
Right.
Was the Hebrew
Right.
and Greek
We don't
letters.
have to. Yeah.
So that's what
I don't
he's
know
saying.
about that.
It wasn't
I don't know. Look, I don't know Hebrew. I'm trusting
That's
that
the
the
problem.
people who wrote the KJV, that translated, it says, well,
in
the
Hebrew.
thing is, if you can't prove one or the other, the benefit of the doubt goes to the book. That's just the way it is. I don't make the rules. Anyway, the claim is that she was a virgin. This is a miracle child, different from any other human being. He made the claim, killed the leper. People were saved. Hundreds of years after, they were still willing to die for that.
Yeah.
They have to believe it. All the apostles, you look, yeah, but they have to believe it. Unlike the others, exactly, they have to believe it. That's the only way you're gonna do it. That's why the claim for the apostle was Jesus was the Messiah, died and resurrected, born of a virgin, and resurrected, and they died because, and they believe.
Can I ask you a question? Because you said something like, "I don't make the rules of the." It goes the default to the book, like it's like an NFL rule or something, like 15 yards. Like I don't understand where that came from, but also like it'd be important to know because Oz makes a good point. The original is Alma, right? So if I could back up just a little bit, the Septuagint goes into calling it Parthenos. I hope I'm saying that right, which is where the translation gets wrong, right? Because it changes from a Alma meaning a young woman of childbearing age to now of some self type of reproduction or some type of virgin reproduction, right? Which is what Parthenos pertains to. So would you say that there's not an error in that, or is like the etymology, are we just wrong? Or because you can't just say that defaults to the book because it defaults to what the evidence suggests. Did we lose him?
You still there, buddy? Chris?
Yellow.
I think you used the word etymology in it. Click. But I get what you're saying, Mike. Like, if we, like, why do we go to this virgin birth thing? And what happened to context? You know what I mean? Like, what happened to all the Christians that claim context?
Yeah.
Hey, homosexuality wasn't in. I love the progressive Christians because they can just get rid of the Bible and they'd be really good. But somehow progressive Christians just learned this year that the word homosexual wasn't added into the Bible until like 1940 something. And now they're like, look, this wasn't added until 1940. We have a problem. It's homosexual isn't a sin. It's it's okay. Which we've known that homosexuality is fine a lot longer. Get rid of the Bible. But if they were to apply that same logic to this, it's not a virgin birth. And what's really weird, and we got to get a progressive Christian on here too, because I had an interesting conversation with one the other day where I was like, yeah, I just don't think that that's true. And everything that I said, he would just agree with. Like, yeah, that's right. You can believe that and still be a progressive Christian. Like, that's fine. And I'm like, I'm telling you that I don't believe in the resurrection. Like, it's really hard to believe. And
Chris, you still on the line?
Chris? Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I'm here.
J Mike, ask your question again about etymology.
Yeah, so I figured maybe something was going on there. Yeah, no, so I was just asking, like, how do we default to the book when, I mean, like, so you would agree with me that we need, like, the outside, information is important, right? I mean, or else we could just write really anything we want. So I'm trying to kind of understand how you go from, we just have to default, and maybe I misheard you, and you can clarify, but you're like, we have to default to the book, but wouldn't the etymology of the word and what the words mean come before that, since that's what it takes in order to even understand the book?
No, not really. We just go by the Bible. I don't know. I don't know what you can go whatever you want. That's your problem.
Yeah, but don't you rely on the etymology and the language in order to understand the book, right?
No,
you don't.
No, I go by the culture. No, I go by the culture. Well, I do read some of it, but in my experience, I just go straight to the text.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you have to have a fundamental. What I'm real fast is what I'm trying to say is that you have to have a fundamental understanding of the language, right, in order to understand what the text means, right? Like we could agree to that, correct? I don't think it's a hard thing to agree to.
No. Well, no, not really. I know English. The book is in English. I'm reading it in English. It says
exactly.
It's a virgin.
So to understand what it's saying, you have to have an understanding of the language, right? Right? It's pretty simple.
Right. Yeah, but what's tougher to prove?
Exactly. So I'm walking you through this, right? So whenever we get to the etymology of the word, or if we're talking about Alma, right, the most important prophecy here about a virgin birth,
very important.
If what's being cited, which is Isaiah 7:14, if Isaiah 7:14 is the prophecy, the most important prophecy, I would argue, if it's getting the word wrong, the language wrong, how is that not an important factor? Because, I mean, at that point, you're basically just giving me the reins to just take any word and I can make up whatever I want and make that mean a prophecy if there's not any kind of restrictions on it, right? It seems kind of odd to me.
Right. Okay. Well,
so wouldn't it be important to know the language? Is what I'm asking. I mean, the meaning of what you're.
You can get them from reading the book. It's in English. You can read it in English. I mean, you can go read 1,000 texts. Who cares? I'm reading the Bible.
Well, yes, but doesn't it matter
what the KJV is? Yes,
but maybe this is asks a different way. Where did the Bible come from? How did they where did the Bible, the book in English, come from?
Well, they put it together, by getting the text from all the places. Yeah, from all over all over the world.
Was it written in English?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think it was written in English?
It was written in 3 languages:
right?
Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic. Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So
okay. So what do you think about the originals then? Don't you think that the originals, if they took the originals and changed it in the English copy, would that be a problem?
Yeah, but the problem is that we have copies of the old one that we know we have the right text.
Awesome. Okay,
maybe
cool.
Change them.
But before the KJV, right?
Well, hold on. This is important. Right. So you're agreeing we have things we can reference, right? We have to reference these things, right?
Absolutely.
So now when we're going to the Septuagint, for example, which would be like the Greek, roughly the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament. So if we are translating words, right, we're just gonna use Isaiah 7:14, and we get to virgin birth, right? How exactly do we get
the original?
How can we say that it's a virgin birth if Parthenos, which is what they translated, that what they've replaced Alma with, does not mean what Alma means? Mm-hmm. Parthenos would be more towards a virgin birth, if I'm not mistaken. Alma would not, and scholars agree that has nothing to do with virginity. Alma has nothing to do with virginity. So wouldn't you agree that there is a mistake between the originals, which you're now agreeing are important, to what has changed?
First of all, nobody have the original. I said they have the original when they made the KJV. I don't know what they have now. I don't care. I have the English.
Do you think they had the original document when they wrote the King James Version?
Do you think, well, put it this way. Do you think I'm going to go from all over the world looking for the originals anywhere? I got the KJV. I got it right here.
You trolling us right now, or are you being serious?
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I am being absolutely serious. You want me to go and look up every little piece everywhere to make sure
we want one word. We're talking about one word. But you realize the King James Version, which was written in English, contains information that was not found in previous manuscripts. The manuscript tradition is where they got this information from, and the manuscripts is where they built it from. In the manuscripts, which were written in Hebrew, Greek, and other languages, it does not mention a virgin birth. It doesn't mention a virgin birth until it's translated to English, I think is what J. Mike is alluding to. So don't you think that poses a problem? If that's
Well, no,
true?
what I'm saying is the Septuagint, the Greek Septuagint replaces it with Parthenos, which is not what Alma means.
I'm paraphrasing a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, look. Are we gonna discuss Septuagints and all the Bibles? Like again, I came in here. I told you I do the KJV in English. That's what I do. The Septuagints, the Alexandria, whatever you want. I don't care about that. There's no way you can prove to me.
But you brought up the virgin birth.
Right, because it's in the KJV, and you have a problem with it because I just whoop your ass with a bunch of information that can
hold on.
Reasonable, that it's reasonable. Wait, let me finish. You know, every time I try to talk, you guys wait. Hold on.
Yeah, because I
prove to you. Hold on. It's reasonable to believe that they had the right expectation that this woman was virgin because he was doing things that are not normal from a human being. For a human being, that's what I'm saying. And actually, the Bible doesn't say virgin. My mistake. It actually say she claims to never been with a man. That's what she said. Luke's first 34, I think it is.
Yeah, right. It's the same thing. But
so I agree with him and see where this goes.
Okay, well, hold on.
I just put Chris in the background in the atheist green room for a second. So, Chris, if you can hear me, this is a Christian here, Pastor John.
Oh, let's back out a little.
From Naples, Florida. And he's saying to go to Matthew 27:44 and for you to explain what that means. Are you able to tell us what that means, Chris?
I can pull it up.
Matthew
27.
Yeah, I don't see what's relevant about that.
That's just because you're
27:44. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. Okay, 27:44, right?
Yeah.
It's near the earthquake that no other gospel mentions.
It says, 44, it says the thief. Okay, hold on. Am I in the right one? Matthew 27:44. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth.
It says, cast the same on his teeth. What does that mean? Pastor John is asking.
Mine says in his teeth.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know what does it mean. I have to look it up. I haven't studied that in a long time.
That's okay. Well, I appreciate.
How would you go about studying it?
Well, I will read the whole context and see what's going on with it.
Well, you have that in front of you.
See what this, what's it called? Well, I will have to see what does it mean in the context of in the culture. What does it mean? Cast the same in his teeth.
Would you go back and investigate the Hebrew language and see, or I guess this would be Greek?
Why am I going to go to the Greek? I don't speak Greek. There will still be a translation of the Greek anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you're highlighting the points that matter the most. Is like you're just kind of like, I'm going to start with this, and my problem is look, like people could say we're being very pedantic about you. I mean, you brought up the whole virgin birth thing, and so I kind of wanted to see like.
No, I didn't. First of all, no, I didn't. It was they were talking about it. I just answered it.
Oh well, sorry, I came in after the fact, so I could be wrong about that. But that had been mentioned, and so whenever you say things like the KJV, it's all I need, and you're not even interested, and you're actually just demonstrating to everybody that you're not interested on its foundation and where it comes from, right? When you say these types of things, I think it's hard to go past this on a conversation, at least to where I'm trying to go, because your standards are so sloppy. And I don't mean this to be offensive. I don't. I just the fact that
I don't know about that.
Well, think about it for a second. You're taking it and you're just going, this is the case, and then dismissing what the original, not the originals, but at least closer to the manuscripts we can get. And a lot of theists would disagree with you, and Christians that actually take these to heart, and these are important to them. And you're just saying that they're not important, pretty much. You're pretty much just kind of like, yeah,
wait a minute.
It's pretty much your attitude. I'm not trying to be rude. Steel manning it.
That is my attitude. Well, it is my attitude. First of all,
So I'm not wrong.
You
Yeah.
can't. Are you going to tell me you got? Hold on. You're going to tell me you got the originals, and then what? You're going to translate them to me? It's still a translation anyway.
Well,
so I
we're
stick to
obviously
the KJV.
removed from that. I'm not trying to be the unfair atheist that's saying you don't have the originals. Like I'm not even doing that. I'm just like granting that that's a problem we don't have to worry about right now, right? I'm going into the fact of that, like I'm trying to see how you value what you're propping up to be objective truth, and you don't value it nearly close to, say, in comparison to my fallibilistic understanding of things in science, right? Like I have way stronger ground in comparison to things that I think are fallibilistic in nature, whereas you come from a position of absolute certainty, and you have just really sloppy standards that you're propped up on. And this, I'm just coming from an epistemological point, is that you're not even valuing this more than a guy who is taking a fallibilistic approach in what he believes. And I think that's a problem to point out from your perspective of somebody who believes in what we call Cartesian certainty.
Well, there's some people that spend their whole life studying all the languages. I got a couple friends who went to Harvard and they study all this stuff. I just tell them the same thing. Look, I don't know Greek, I don't know Hebrew, I know English. I read the KJV, I read in English and I read in Spanish. I find the English more reliable than the Spanish, so I stick with the English.
Well, but I wonder what basis is it more reliable? Under what basis is that more reliable? That's the important part. Like nothing else that you say is important because that's what we're talking about. Like how you go from Spanish to English and you go, I find this more reliable if you don't value what comes before that. You don't value the Septuagint. You don't value the original Hebrew.
Mike, here's the main thing is we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this, all the different scripts and edits and all that. And if you don't want to do the due diligence, and I'll just come out and say I think it's pure laziness if you don't want to dig into original versions of the text. If you don't want to do that and then call on our show and talk about you whipped our ass, even though you don't want to do the homework and you don't want to go through it, I think that's a little bias on your part. But at the end of the day, we're all ears. We'll give you like 5 minutes, not even that. We'll give you 3 minutes. Prove that there's a virgin birth and prove that there's a God. You prove the virgin birth, prove that there's a God. You got 3 minutes.
And go.
I already told you I can't prove to you the virgin birth. I can give you reasonable evidence that the virgin birth that took place, and they believe it. They died for it. I don't need to go to the Septuagint or the Greek or the Alexandria for that. We can get that right from the Bible. That's it.
Okay, so,
I don't know what you want to do.
So I'm not convinced. Can you prove your God exists?
No, I can't do that. How am I going to do that?
Okay, I'm cool.
Here's the thing about proving God exists. Here's the thing. You say everybody asks, give me evidence that God exists. If God is real, okay, give me that for a second. Let's play this game. You give me that for a second. That God is real. So that means God is king. God does not bow to anybody. So you cannot say, God, I want you to prove yourself to me. He doesn't have to. And here's what God said in the Bible. He said, all the evidence is written for you to believe. So the evidence you're going to find is in the Bible, and that's all you're going to get. If it's God, he said, this is all you're going to get. You believe it's in the Bible, don't believe it, that's your problem.
I just had a revelation. I'm God. And if you read about it in the Bible, that proves that I'm God. That's all the evidence you need to believe that I am God.
Yeah, but Jeff, like, wouldn't you want to value the original languages?
No,
you don't.
It's not important. All that you need to know is that the Bible is my word. I wrote it. I'm God.
So there'd be no way for us to distinguish the original.
Figuring it out isn't important. What's important is that the word that you choose to believe proves that I exist.
Okay. Yeah.
And that I am God.
Well, I can prove you exist, and I can also prove you're not God.
Okay, prove I'm not God.
You were born at one point, aren't you? You're getting old.
No, I was
getting
not.
tired. You go to sleep. You go to work.
I choose to go to work as a God. I humbled myself to come down to this planet and spend time with you as a human.
You eat, you sleep,
so
you use the bathroom.
So did Jesus, my son.
Jesus had a dual ability. Yes, he was God and he was God. He was also man. He did all the thing of a man.
I have taken this form to identify with you.
Okay. Yeah. See, you don't want to take this serious. That's fine.
Well, so no,
serious.
so that's
Again,
but no, what he's doing is he's pointing out that like the criterion you have, like the falsification criterion you have, is so non-existent that he could rival everything you're saying with this. Because I even asked him, okay, what about the language, like the original languages, if we could use this to determine his versus yours? And we don't need to do that. And since he's throwing that out the same way you throw that out, that leads, there's nothing that can stop you. He can just decide to make it explain everything he wants to explain it because it has that power, right?
Well, okay.
That's the problem with the
Okay.
standards. That's
Show me,
what we're saying.
Okay, fine. Then show me a prediction in the Bible that says you're gonna be here talking and taking requests in YouTube.
Revelations.
Yeah, okay. There's nothing in Revelation about it. So
Well,
there you
you
go.
just
So
don't-
your claim is false.
Hey, Chris.
I'm not convinced. I don't believe it.
Chris,
It could be part of the lost manuscripts that you don't care about.
Hey, Chris, just before we go, I want you to do one thing for me, right? Without using the Bible.
Sure.
Without using the Bible.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
No,
the
but
Bible is my sword. That's how I protect myself.
Well, just in case
I wrote the Bible.
just so that I keep you on the line, okay? So
go ahead.
No, without using the Bible, present your best, just one piece of evidence. If you could only give one piece of evidence, what's your best piece of evidence for God?
Well, that would be the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah. Now, without using without using the Bible, how could you explain that to me?
Oh, without using the Bible, yeah, I forgot about that part. Well, I guess you're conscious. How's that?
I have consciousness, and I don't see why that can't arise naturally. So, how do you determine your theory over my theory?
How does that? First of all, he's. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna tell you about me and possibly about my wife and my children because I had this conversation with them. I'm approaching a light. I'm at a light. There's a person there asking for money. First thing that comes to mind is this guy's asking for money again. I get pissed. Seconds later, there's a voice telling me he might need that money for real. Now, who's that voice? Where's it come from? I don't know, but it's very, very convincing that I should go help him. I still ignore it because I am human, and sometimes I give money, sometimes I don't. When I'm about to tell a lie, and I know it's a lie, a voice comes into my head immediately. That's a lie. Don't tell it. I ignore it and I still tell the lie. Who's that voice talking to me?
That's me. I'm doing that.
Not me. Right.
I'm doing that.
There you go. Sometimes I'm in my room and I'm by myself. For some reason, things that people did to me in the past comes to my mind, and I get real pissed. Man, do I want revenge? And then here comes another voice. Wait, don't forget what you did to this guy. Don't forget the promise you broke to that person over there. And then I feel convicted. I said, damn. Then I said, God, I'm sorry about that. And who am I talking to? It ain't me, because he's convicted me. He's convicting me. And once I see all that, I see, wait a minute. So this person is talking to me. He's making sure that I do the right thing at all times. Whoever it is, I'm making myself his enemy every day.
Yeah. Hold on. To be from a serious standpoint, yeah, I think that everybody has this. We all have this within what's called qualia of experience. We all have our own. This is the hard problem of consciousness. Well, yeah. So this is the hard.
How do you know everybody has it?
Well, welcome to
how do you know everybody has it?
Listen, real fast. Welcome to the hard problem of consciousness. Right. This is a problem that we deal with in philosophy. That's not been necessarily solved. Science is working too, and I think they will solve it. Probably within our lifetime, they could. Maybe not, but. But listen, hold on. What I want to say is that these things that you experience have not complete understanding, but very good understanding within neuroscience. So you're invoking a lot of personal incredulity when you just say when you're just assuming it's this thing when there could be an explanation. Now, I would want to ask you a question, and maybe we can move on. I don't know if we need to spend like too much time on this, but I want you to at least answer this. Are you even willing to lend possibility that there is a natural explanation for the phenomena which you experience, And if so, if you're willing to explain that, like, or to accept that, does that take away your aspects of what you believe in? Or is it? I mean, because it just seems like you're grasping at straws, and I'm wondering if that, even if you figured out there was a natural explanation, like what that would even do, because it just seems like you're always searching to make that the case rather than honestly looking at it. So, would you think that there's a potential for a natural explanation there, or is it 100% God talking to you?
Wait a minute. Is this David Smalley?
Yeah, gosh, don't even do that again.
Yes, went way too long.
When I walk away from the store with a pen on my hand, I don't want to return it. But there's that voice that tells me to go and return it.
Yes,
I
understand that. I understand that. No, listen, Chris, I understand the phenomena. It's a yes or no. Could it be natural? I understand what you're describing, right? We're talking about like the ontology of what it is. Is this natural origin, or is this of not natural origin? Is there possibility that it could? Is there? My question is there possibility it could be natural?
Describe natural.
A natural phenomena that we can explain with science. We can test, verify. We can potentially see it within your neural,
cortex,
correlates, or however you would want to refer to it, and within neurology, or neuroscience, I think more specifically. How would you would you entertain that as I want to see where your standards of evidence and your falsification, where that all lies within your epistemology, because it seems like you're just like, everything is this thing and nothing can falsify this theory. And if you're not even willing to entertain the idea that it could be natural, then there's like no point of even having a conversation with you, because you're just literally going to default to the answer, and no conversation will change that.
Wait a minute. So you want me to agree with you?
No, I don't want you to agree with me. I want to see if you even entertain the idea that it could be natural.
You want me to say yes?
No, listen. I'll do you better, Chris.
Jim, I cannot lead my sheep astray.
Chris, I'll do you better. I can lend you the possibility. I can lend you the possibility that God explains everything. I'll lend you that possibility, right? I'm a methodological naturalist. I'm not taking that card off the table. I don't have a problem admitting that. I don't believe that's the case. And in fact, in your God, I don't think that's the case. But
I don't believe that's the case either.
So you don't lend any possibility that it could be a natural explanation.
I don't believe that God explains everything, but I do believe that this is not me, and there's no way it's me. And the problem is
there's no way is what you're saying.
How do you have it?
That's me.
How do you have it?
Yeah, so
I send that.
But here's the problem. How do I know? Why is it possible for me to know that you know?
I'm not claiming that I know. So listen, Chris, there's a difference between us, Chris. You claim to know that it's a God, and you've just said that you've literally just said it can't be. It has to be, right? You just said that. So I'm not coming from a position that it has to be natural. I've literally said it could not be.
So here's where we're at. Chris, you're stating that you know things are God, or you know other things are not God, yet you cannot demonstrate or prove your God. So I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this call.
Well, I mean, how much more do you want? You told me, you say, explain the virgin birth. I give you a reasonable. You say, okay, why do I know if there is a real God? I explain it to you. You reject it. Every time I give an answer, you reject it.
No.
Everything.
I've yet to hear. I've yet to hear a good answer or evidence on a God other than Jeff saying he's God. I know he's real, but I don't know that your God is real, and I definitely don't know.
It was a mistake.
That there was a virgin birth. So I'm trying to figure out. Right now, we're doing semantics, and we're wasting time. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to prove a God and a virgin birth or not.
Yeah, and Chris, I disagree with Oz. Believe it or not, you've convinced me of a resurrection and a virgin birth. So I appreciate you calling in, man. Hey, Chris, call back again. We'll chat with you. Chris, everybody. Thanks, Chris. Chris from Mass. Chris from Massachusetts, dog. Appreciate it, man. Much love, dog.
Hey.
Chris, everybody. And We do like Chris.
I'm God.
I don't
God.
think so. I apologize. I don't think I did a really good job at expressing what I'm trying to say. Maybe I should have done it a better way. But the idea is just like, if you are starting with this premise that you don't care about ways to look at the original text within what you already believe, that's weird. And then when we kind of zoom out a little bit and we're like, all right, do you even entertain in this phenomena that you've kind of expressed us that you think is of supernatural origin or of a god? Or do you even entertain the idea that it could be natural? And he says no. And the problem I have with that is like people come back and they're arguing against, at least from my position, which is fallibilistic. I'm not claiming to know. I'm just, you are the one coming from that position, right? So it bothers me when somebody doesn't realize how dogmatic they're being, and then we'll try to flip that around. It's like, I'm giving you that your explanation could be possible, but I just don't think we're ever going to get there by sitting on our hands. Your conclusion could be right, but you have to actually do something, right? You have to actually provide something.
That approach, and sadly, he's not the first person I've ever heard have that approach. But I'm sorry, theist, and whether it's Christian, Muslim, whatever. If you're not willing to do your homework,
it's Muslim.
Muslim.
They pronounce it
Muslim.
Muslim.
What is it, Pasta? One more time for me. Muslim. Okay. No matter what it is, if you're not willing to do the legwork and do the homework to go research your original text and where it comes from, and then to come on this show or any show and say, well, no, I don't need to go there because I have this that's been thousands of years later. You've already lost some credibility. Quit being lazy. Just go do the homework. Then we can have an intelligent conversation about this. But we always have to go back to the source. And the source is that which is still skewed, but we still have to go back to the source. That's just laziness.
Hey, CT. This is CT, I believe. I he did call it.
Like this because it's like it's
is
like
my mic. Is my mic not working or something? I don't know what's going on.
Shut up.
Yeah. So CT. Yes, you did call into the show, and
I talked to him before actually too.
You did. So,
but I don't know if do you not see the error in the question? It's like when people say, "Hey, do I know you?"
Hey, thanks for calling the Atheist Roundtable. Jeff talks over everybody. What's going on?
Not a damn thing.
I'm God.
Wondering if
what was wrong?
Nothing's wrong.
Yeah, you actually have to pull the phone a little bit away from your mouth.
Okay.
Let's try it again. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Right now.
Let's start it over again. Hey, thanks for calling the Atheist Roundtable. How can I help?
I would like to have a discussion with the caller you let go.
Yep, I can barely understand what you're saying.
Caller Mako?
Caller we let go.
Man.
Yeah, so you actually have to hold the phone a little bit further away from your mouth, I think.
All right, hold on. Let me switch it up. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Better?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, no, I mean, I thought the caller that was on just now was trying to make a deeper point, that I think it was kind of rejected in a way.
Maybe we weren't getting it.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Explain it better?
Sure, yeah. Well, when he said to Jeff, Jeff started to say, "Am I God?" God is supposed to be eternal. Obviously, Jeff is mortal.
No. How do you know I'm mortal?
I see where you're going with that. Well, I mean, it's
How would you prove I'm mortal?
I think those are probably things we take for granted, but nevertheless, we assume they're true.
But I'm not mortal. I'm God.
All right. So what did you want to talk about? What'd you call?
Well, I mean, just exactly that. I don't think that was a sufficient argument against the case.
Okay, so you we did have a gentleman call in, and we wanted to talk about the text, and we went back to the original text, and he immediately said, "Well, no, I don't need that because I just go to the KJV." So it's really almost impossible to have an intelligent conversation, informed conversation when people don't even want to talk about original text. So I don't know where to go from there.
No, I agree. I would say that I think he was kind of I would say that he was kind of doing an argument from authority. Like he was kind of falling back on that. That he didn't. Didn't understand.
I would say you're giving him way more credit than I would. I would say it was an argument from ignorance, but I'll let you go with authority.
Okay. All right. No, I mean, I would disagree. I mean, I think he was jumping on authority a bit more than. I mean, you could probably do both. Like, maybe because based on his ignorance, because of course he wouldn't have to refer to authority if he wasn't ignorant about the topic.
Well, if you don't want to go back to the original text, I would say there's got to be a level of ignorance there because he, talking about virgin birth, you don't know the word Alma. That here, why
Alma.
the atheists know that?
Alma. I named my first child.
Yeah. I mean, no. I love to study the etymology myself. That's why I chimed in. That's why I think I can go a bit further than where the caller left off. Like he was referring to all that. I wouldn't refer to that. I would refer.
Okay. So you heard his call. You heard his call. What do you want to talk to J. Mike, Just Jeff, and Oz about?
Call me God.
God.
Sure. I mean, you had so many topics come up in the show, like for instance, near-death experience, things like that. And one aspect of near-death experience, can be where you have the dissolution of the ego within psychology. It's called ego death. And so, that's why they relate faith and meditation to an experience of an MBE. They find no distinction there. And so you can, have one of these types of experience and experience very similarly what happened to someone who experienced an MBE.
I give you those experiences to prove my existence.
Okay, so you're wanting to talk about experiences to do with near life, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
because we kind of already did that.
You were wearing a Nirvana T-shirt. Kurt Cobain, shot himself in the head with a shotgun. I would say that I don't know if you ever tried DMT before, but it's very similar.
Oh, I know who we're talking to.
Oh,
okay.
J-Mike's up.
This is Kafey. Kafey,
wow.
You little sneaky.
Is this
Kafey?
ask every caller?
Kafey, you
Is
dirty
this
rat.
David Smalley?
No, I wish, man. No.
Oh, this is Kafey. This is Kafey. I don't know if I'm saying his name right.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to call in because I know J Mike's not with you, but he's participating today in the show. And I know, but I like all y'all, man. I really like the show, and I wanted to call in.
So,
Yeah.
go ahead, J Mike.
Oh, well, I was just saying, I appreciate it. I think like the last time me and you kind of had a conversation was about perennial philosophy and like noetic knowledge and ineffable knowledge, those types of things, I think. But I could be mistaken. But so what is, I guess an easier way to do, like, what about, you said DMT, like what is it about DMT or psychedelics that you think lends credibility to a god? Like where do you make those assessments from?
Yeah, no, I recall talking to you, J Mike, and I mean, you were bringing me, you sound like you read into it, but you were reading stuff that I felt that was part of like some of the early studies, like the more recent studies. I don't know if you're familiar, but they talk about a complete or unitive mystical experience. These are terms that they use to refer to a phenomenon in consciousness that they perceive universal amongst the volunteers, such that they have to meet criteria on 6 dimensions or 6 characteristics of this experience. They have to meet criteria in all 6 to, be someone who so-called has this experience. So in other words, if they miss even 2 or 3 or 4 of the criteria, it's considered partial mystical experience. And the so-called complete mystical experience, it's comprised of 6. I mean, I could go them very quickly, but it's the main features nature, the core characteristics of unity, interconnected of all people and things, all is one pure consciousness, the way they describe it in the study. Another one is sacred or reverence. People describe this as, I guess, honoring the majesty. You mentioned the noetic quality. That's another one. People have a sense of encountering ultimate reality.
Yeah.
Deeply felt positive mood, universal joy, love, or peace.
Well, let's
unconditional love.
Can we narrow it to like just noetic, for example? Like, because if in for those not
Sure.
familiar
Well,
with
I mean,
it, it's
another
pretty much
one is
knowledge. Like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say another. I mean, we can, but people. I mean, they're talking about these profound metaphors. Another one is transcendence of time and space. People have the impression of all past and future collapsing into the moment. You know, like these are states that are beyond words, beyond language and conception itself. You know, human. You know, that's why so many people, mystics, religions, have a hard time describing these things. And when you read religious scripture, that's essentially what you're reading. You're reading the mystic's interpretation of that experience.
Yeah, and so like, that's where I have a problem with a lot of it. So it's like, 'cause especially when you get into what is like these ineffable experiences, which would be like unexplainable.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really do me any good in any understanding or setting down a list of criteria. If I'm gonna have something in there that's ineffable, that's by definition unexplainable or inexplicable, or like it seems a little strange to have that within the
no, I see what you're saying.
Studies, but also it's like what new knowledge comes from that, right? Like, so when we do these studies, we're not learning from it. We're not gaining any new knowledge. It's just an experience that's being had. I would say that you could use the same criteria for REM sleep. I feel like you wouldn't have what would be the significant difference between and I don't want to incriminate myself, but let's just say I can relate to these experiences. Okay, I'll just throw that out there. But I also can relate to more real experiences I've had just going to sleep and having REM sleep. I've had more lucid experiences. So I don't know how.
I would say these two things about what you said. I mean, one aspect is, I mean, people do relate to them as like ineffable, yes, but that's even in the research. This is an initial reaction. In other words, like when they dose these volunteers, they don't give them mushrooms. I don't know if you read these studies at all, but they give them a pill, with psilocybin.
Yeah,
that's an equivalent of a heroic dose. And when they say ineffability, this is the initial reaction of the volunteer. They have no words. So, like in other words, the professional, it's a workaday, because the reason why they chose psilocybin is because you can fit it into 6 to 8 hours. You know, it doesn't last that long. It's not as long as LSD, where you're looking at 12 hours plus. So they can fit it into a workaday. So the professional, when the session is over, they'll ask them to describe it, and they'll say they have no words. This is an initial reaction. Then they'll follow along for like 14 months, and then they'll do a follow-up.
What was the
interview?
What was the falsification? Because you're doing this by like a list of criteria that it has to meet and stuff. But what exactly is the falsification? Because it seems to be almost an unfalsified. It's amazing to me that these studies get even published at all, and I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I don't think
well,
it's.
They've been going on for years. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
They've been going on since the time of William James. Like,
yes, but have any of these even really been
the falsification?
Because I don't think we even have that level of like. There's a reason why these things aren't.
They're all. We're talking about an accumulation of peer-reviewed research that goes back to our early studies in the 1950s and 60s.
Yes, but they're not
all the way back to the work of William James.
But we have to be honest. They're not all concluding the same thing, especially since they're not concluding in any of these papers that they have figured out the mechanism. The problem with these studies, it's like the studies that were declassified with the CIA with the remote viewing. The problem with these studies is that like the woman that was even involved with it, I can't remember, but she worked with a guy whose last name was Hyman. I thought that was hilarious, but she worked next to this guy about it, who he's denounced all these and said it was, all crap anyway, but she still maintains this position of that. And these studies are the same. And I know it's not entirely analogous, but they kind of go through this with this mentality of like, establishing the phenomena in the first place doesn't really matter. It's about explaining a phenomenon with something that you haven't really established as a thing.
Well,
So
sure.
like,
I mean,
you have a
right.
there, right? We have an experience, but the there that you're trying to establish doesn't have any credibility, and they're not. And I'd beg to like look at these conclusions that they draw in the papers, because from what I've read, and I do a lot of Sci-Hub downloading.
Give me an email, man. I can send you 1,000 links.
Sure, and I've looked at a lot of these. I don't see the conclusions that are drawn from this that people on your side have presented to me.
Oh,
I don't see.
Well, I mean, I don't feel that you're completely familiar with like the more recent research. Like even like I mentioned these 6 characteristics. This is what the culmination is. Like when all the work that was laid down by William James, the characteristics of mystical experience. You read those early characteristics. They refined that over decades.
Oh no, I've been looking at on like actual more recent academic studies, like the William James.
That's what I'm trying to say. That what they recognize, the reason why they invoke the perennial philosophy at all, it's not me introducing this concept into this. This is coming straight from the research. The reason why they invoke the perennial philosophy is because they can induce this universal type experience inside their volunteers that appear virtually identical to what's been historically accounted for throughout the major religions, the nirvana of Buddhism, the beatific vision of Christianity, the samadhi of Hinduism, Wu-Wei in Taoism,
but now you're allowing everything in there, right? So now we have a criteria of explaining something that's saying we're explaining like this infinite data set.
Well, yes, because
which doesn't seem to be science in any level of it.
Well, like think of it as we're as a universal consciousness that has been occurring throughout millennia since time immemorial. And what these religions are doing are trying to express it in various ways in various times throughout history. Same phenomenon in consciousness.
Yes, but but I'd argue that we've had the same problem with potential REM sleep. I mean, this is potentially what we could mean by like having a vision, in the Bible. Right, all these types of things, they could be because people didn't have these explanations for dreams and visions and hallucinations and schizophrenia and all these neurological.
I mean, I would argue they're not necessarily dreams. Like I said, a dream in a common dream, in a common ordinary dream, you have the impression that you're a bodily entity roaming through an environment in time, in space.
Yeah, but hold on, my point isn't my point is tangent to the idea that you're trying to come up with an explanation for something that's what you would, I guess, loosely call like a shared experience amongst all different types of religions and things like that. My problem is all you're doing is taking the human experience of the unknown and putting it in a bucket, and then it's trying to be explained in this really just I don't even know what the falsification is, how you falsify this. But when we've done these, like when we've had the exact same kind of concepts with dreams, or with people having schizophrenia, thinking they're seeing actual things that aren't there, or sickness, thinking it was like an actual demon within you, we have found that when we actually put a strict falsification criteria on it, we find out that there's not very much room for the spiritual type of things that you're positing, if at all they were ever there to begin with in the first place.
Well, I would argue that you're still comparing it to the dream. Like, what I'm saying in the dream, there's this dichotomy of the subject-object. You experience yourself as a bodily entity roaming in an environment. And in these profound mystical experiences, none of that occurs. It's a transcendent state where, like I said, all past and future collapse into a moment. So that you don't recognize.
Then we might be different. What do you mean by transcendent? Because now we could get into a lot of different things. I think these are all broken down on a physical level. But even if
a lot of people interested in these topics, psychedelicists, they talk about the block universe of Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was a hard determinist. He believed that the entire universe was kind of like a block. Everything was frozen. From every action in the universe is frozen from beginning to end, but there is there may not be a necessarily beginning. There may be a fluctuation, like a big crunch, big bang, cosmic. They call it the big bounce in cosmology.
Yeah, that's
you know. But in other words, it's all the mystic dives into the rest of the all time collapsing. It doesn't identify with the material body. It identifies with all that is.
Yeah. So
you know,
well, I think we're getting a little off, and I don't, because this topic's like one of those topics that you would do an entire show on. I'd love to have us talk about this on a show if you'd like.
Yeah, I would love to do a
debate,
show with you one on one. That'd be badass.
Yeah, that would be great. And definitely email.
I've always told you, man, like, hey, man, we got to do something.
Yeah, email me on Axioms on Trial, and we can put that up. But what I want to say that I think is the most important thing is that what seems to be presented to me, and when I've looked into these studies, it seems that there isn't this falsification that's important with things that we do. And I don't see any future testal prediction that's coming out of this. And every time, if we were to actually introduce like some prediction that would be made, some new discovery, what are we going to use? What are we going to use? Just what's in our mind during the experience? Because I mean, then at that point, we're sneaking in too much reality into.
I mean, you probably read
Cracker.
J Mike.
Yeah,
you probably read that the mystical experience is ephemeral. That it's transient, like it's short lasting. It's not permanent. And I would ask you, would you agree if there was such a thing as an omniscient consciousness, like something the all knowing, then would there be any reason for me to tell you anything? If you had that, there would be no reason for me to even speak. You would know everything what I'm going to say.
Okay, so I guess I could be taking this question. Right? I could take this question in two different ways if I'm understanding you. Are you saying that that like intelligibility is dependent upon this mind thing, or are you positing the idea that
yes, like what I'm saying for the mystic, everything collapses into the moment. This means there's a temporary omniscience, but it's not such that you're like some bearded man on the clouds that can command everything. You know the lotto numbers or something like that. It's all known at once, so that you can't do anything.
Yeah, so I'm not following you. So are you arguing for some form of like idealism? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, no. I mean, it's described as temporary, and if you look at like images of the Buddha, for instance, or statues, they're in the pose, or if the shaman under the influence of mushrooms, they can't perform anything, they can't act. So like it's not some power to buy to figure out lotto numbers, because in that state of mind, everything is already known. Everything has been already done. Everything that's in the past or in the future has already been. It's all existing.
I don't.
So there's nothing.
I'm not understanding. I don't. If you're positing that everything has
because
already been known in this time,
yes.
Yes.
Well, I mean, maybe because you haven't had it. Have you ever taken a heroic dose of psychedelics, or have you ever tried to meditate or something like that?
That's the background that I came from. So I was all into the New Age. The reason why my hair goes to my ass is partly because of these. But no. So, well, just I put it in the sense of that when I was a younger kid, I wasn't probably the most responsible person, right? And so I've come from this background. I just don't see how any of these experiences. Really can't, I mean, because they give the same kind of thing with salvia, and I would share that because I took salvia at a time where it's legal, so I don't have a problem saying that. But it's like these experiences were not like there. I don't see what it is that about the experience of chemicals entering your brain in a physical aspect that you could somehow remove and say it's indicative of something else, when we get the exact same type of neurophysiology within just dreams and REM sleep, and you still have these physical chemicals or experiences of love or all these different experiences that we can date to brain states, and then look at them in fMRIs and be like, yep, there's another brain state that's going on here, where we can actually literally say, well, it's not to say the idealist or the dualist or someone who thinks it's part of something other than the physical is wrong, but you don't have any indicators to suggest your hypothesis in that realm at all. It only works for the physicalist
Holy fuck, both of you would be buzzkilled. God damn it. Both of y'all motherfuckers.
Well,
So,
no,
Kaiser,
sorry.
you
Man,
and J-Mike, get a room. Get a room where no one's high. Both of you. Like, both of you go get a room where no one's high.
How much have you done
Like,
heroic?
everyone's buzzed right now. Okay, right. Listen.
Right before the show.
I realized.
Kafie, listen, dude. Axioms on trial. Cease to know. J-Mike. They're going to accommodate this. They're not going to troll you like we've been doing this whole time. And you can get on there and have so much fun
now too. So I'll dress up nice for it.
Can I just add one more thing, man?
Go ahead, buddy.
I got it at Jeff's.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, dude. I know you're more about the entertainment, dude. I respect that. And
no, dude, we love you, dude. You've been in our chat for months, dude. We love you, man.
Yeah, well, I love you too, man. I wouldn't have called back if I didn't, because last time you faded me out, which was cool. I don't mind, but I was just gonna say,
I've been fading you out the whole time.
Oh no, go for it. I was gonna say to J-Mike, hey man, I think science will eventually figure out this state, and it will be assessed through fMRI. We can just read the fMRI scan, and we can say, okay, this person is experiencing the state of non-duality. I don't know if you've heard that term, but if you get a chance, look it up.
Sure.
Non-duality. It's the break of the subject-object dichotomy. It completely dissolves in this state of consciousness. There is no such thing as an object or subject in that state.
Hey, Coffee.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in
That's
that.
That's all I'll say.
Sure,
Hey,
yeah,
Coffee.
I'll be interested in
That's all
that.
I'll say, and I'll leave you guys.
Hey, Coffee. All apologies.
Hey, Kafie.
Hey, man, all we are.
No, dude.
All in all is all we are, brother.
I don't know what that
All right,
means. I don't know
peace
what
out.
that means, but we love you, dude. Kafie, everybody. Kafie.
I'm glad to finally talk to him. I've talked to him probably for like 4 months through YouTube comments. So it's been nice to actually have a conversation with him on that. Sorry if that bored the shit out of everybody else, but
No, dude, it didn't bore anybody. But listen, J-Mike, this goes back to the original.
Off to bump your audio.
Am I low? Am I low?
You're
1, 2,
low.
1, 2. Check, check, check.
There's
That's
that
it.
sexy voice.
Yeah, I went low because I was going low with Kafie. I went low with it. I
That's
dropped
fine.
it low for Jesus. But listen, J-Mike, that goes back to the original roundtable days. Kafie used to be like, he looks like he does DMT. He would be trolling you all the time. You do look like you do DMT, though.
Yeah, it's not something I'm actively partaking in, so I can say feds don't raid my house. I'm a boring college student now, so who likes philosophy. You're gonna catch me reading a book, and that's basically like my DMT now, I guess.
Well, look, rumor has it that Pastor John is fixing to call us. So if you guys want to chat with Pastor John before we roll out, atheist dude was cool, wasn't he? Wasn't the atheist dude cool? Let's see. Yeah, dropping it low for the Lord. That's what I'm talking about.
Drop it low.
Well, I thought Pastor John was good. Maybe he's not calling.
Oh, that's cool. All right, well, let's wrap. Pastor John can't come in.
Oh, it's cool because he tried to call me and I've ignored his call, so this will just keep this running. So,
Did he pay for a super chat, or is he coming in without paying?
Pastor John is a cool cat.
You got to get through the paywall.
Youth pastors don't know how to use phones
or money.
You're in tune to Pastor John live at midnight.
I'll never forget the first show.
Drop it low for Jesus, Pentecostal style.
Okay, command you.
I was saying I'll never forget the first show we did with. It was like me and Oz, with David on Skype, and he couldn't get the phone to work. So he had like that was it, the steamboat sound that was going on in the background, and Oz just like very seriously like shoved this shit down. I was like, man, what's up with theists? And they can't get freaking technology to work. I'm sick of it. And like I just like the waterworks just started. Like I kind of like try to collect myself before we hit the record button, because I was like I couldn't stop thinking about like how serious you were. Just like, what's up with theists and technology? I'm over it. Like it's so great.
Hey, real quick announcement, right? So Oz and I the other night, we paid for the Tyson Jones fight. We streamed it and we were chilling. Oh, God damn it, Pastor John.
Pastor Chipo. Oz, you got this one.
Pastor John, what's up, man?
Oh, boy.
Hello. How are my Tart Boys doing tonight?
Your Tart Boys? The Tart Boys are doing good. I don't know about yours, but how are you?
I'm doing good. I've just been this is one of those shows where I actually want to chime in. Normally I'm more of a spectator, but tonight I wanted to be more of a participator.
Oh,
the other time with David Smalley doesn't count.
You don't want
Are you
this
going to
smoke,
demonstrate how I'm not God?
You don't want this smoke.
That's not what I'm calling about.
Because
I
can't
could.
do it.
I could kill. Yeah, I could. I could kill you.
Take it easy,
Yeah,
John.
I think I could.
It's a children's
Take
show.
it
John.
easy.
Take it easy,
You
man.
shouldn't be calling him threatening violence.
Damn it.
Yeah,
Although you
I could kill you, dissect you, I could cut you to pieces, and y'all know how much I love necrophilia.
And then have sex with your dead body.
Hey John, what's the chapter in the Old Testament about the folks that were dancing in the streets naked?
David?
Which one?
Oh, that's an axe.
The one you read to me one time.
Which one?
You read it to me one time. I don't know. Like I read the Bible, John. Come on.
Wait, that time I came by your house. That time I came by your house, and I tucked you in and rubbed your head while singing the gospel.
I think
he wasn't dead yet.
The Bible. Yes, that's the book for me. That time?
I think so, John. I think that was the time. Yeah. But
okay, yeah. That's
yeah.
that's definitely having to do with David. Yeah. David. And there's also like a prophet who preached naked for an entire year.
David
I
Smalley?
believe that was Isaiah.
That was the one I thought.
Is this David Smalley on the phone?
No, this is not David Smalley. Or David Smalley
just
has a really, really sexy voice.
No, I think he was just talking about having a threesome with Smalley and Pasta. But let's keep it going.
When one of them's dead.
Just a weird,
oh, you cut out.
Just a weird silence.
Probably good. I did that.
Yeah.
I made it cut out.
you-
That's evidence of my.
Hey, notice what J Mike just gets awkward at these moments. He's like, no philosophy.
Yeah.
Fix your level.
Yeah, okay, so I don't remember who it was, but I want to start the Alma conversation back and actually defend it properly.
Go ahead. I don't even know what that is. Go ahead.
So no, and let me say this, Chris, if you're still listening, no. Yeah, Chris, if you are still listening,
he's not.
Say it again, John.
All love.
Say it again, John.
Yeah.
If Chris is still listening, what was it?
I said, Chris.
Okay.
No offense to you.
No problem. What is it? Got it.
Love.
Yep. Got it. All right.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Okay.
Not.
Yeah.
Bound by the KJ.
Okay.
Fantastic.
He got all that. Go ahead, John.
Okay. So who started the Alma conversation? Let's start with them, and then others can chime in. Who said Alma first?
That was 3 hours ago, John. We don't remember that shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I came in while the conversation was being had.
Just what's your point? Go ahead.
Yeah, did you get it?
Okay, so I know it wasn't J Mike.
Patience.
Okay. Let me ask Jeff. Jeff, was it you who started it?
I can defend it.
I started everything because I'm God.
Okay. All right. So let's start on the Alma conversation. And you know what? Let's just cut straight to the chase. Everyone wants to see it. The people want to see it. I'll give the people what they want. J Mike, let me talk to you.
All right, brother. What's up?
How about that? Okay. So
it looks like you're
having
scared.
to do with Alma. Say what?
Nothing.
What was that?
I didn't say you were scared.
No, I'm not. I'm not scared. You're my friend. So, all right. Having to do with Alma, do you agree that there is no place in the Bible where Alma does not also define a virgin?
Wait, what do you mean? The word doesn't change meanings. It means a woman of child.
No. I didn't say it changed meaning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying every single time that the word Alma is used in the Bible, it is directly tied to virginity.
You're asking
every single time.
You're saying that it has relation to virginity, is what you're saying?
I am saying that every time it's used in Scripture, it is always an Alma. Here's what we know, okay? When we're looking at the actual Hebrew and when we're looking at the Septuagint, Parthenos, Alma, when we are looking at these things, we're going back to the Hebrew and we're going back to the Greek. We've established that. That's what you have to do with the Bible. Chris, take notes.
Let's make sure we're on track here.
Fun fact, God actually included a Greek and Hebrew translation slider that you can put on your Bibles. But when they did the KJV, they didn't think that they would be necessary. So they just left it out.
John, You would agree. You mentioned,
yeah, go ahead, Mike.
You mentioned two distinct words that we needed to define, though, and because that's the important part of it. So Alma, right? And then Parthenos. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but what do you understand Parthenos to mean, and what do you understand Alma to mean?
Yeah, Parthenos is the Greek word for virgin. Period. Like that's set in stone.
Cool.
Alma means young maiden.
Sweet. Okay. So what do you understand?
Am I good on those?
We're solid, but what is your understanding of like this? Okay. The scholarly consensus on Alma, and if the entailment of a virgin, like what's their position on?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is torn because of the culture of the time. There are scholars that agree with you that Alma has nothing to do with virginity whatsoever, and then there are other scholars that have a differing viewpoint, where they say that Alma does that it can mean it can also denote virginity. So I don't have my Bible in front of me right now, but I could give you some examples. So for example, when Alma is used in the Bible with Moses and Miriam. So when she takes Moses and puts him in the water and all of that, she is described as an Alma. She's a young maiden, but she's of a very young age. She's of marriageable age, but she is not betrothed. And that's a super important difference.
Okay, sure. So
she's of marriageable age, but she is not betrothed.
But when we're getting into the virgin birth, are we both referencing Isaiah 7:14? Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so then what's in
like
the context of the Hebrew
point I'm making in the entire that would be young maiden, straight up, 100%.
So how do we get to Parthenos? Because that's the distinction that matters.
Okay, so so here's the thing with the Parthenos. There is a view out there that I think is interesting. I am not saying it is true. I am saying it is interesting. There's a view out there where when we get to Parthenos, it is actually a dual prophecy because the Septuagint was actually written before the events of the New Testament or the Gospels. Do you agree with that?
You said, what was the last part about it? I'm sorry.
Is the Septuagint written before the Gospels and the New Testament?
Do
you agree?
It's a Greek translation of the Old, and so
yes, Greek translation of the Old Testament, correct?
Yeah.
So there is since we are both aware, we do not have any originals. Totally fine with that. We can agree on that. Yes, J. Mike.
Yep.
Okay, so there is a certain idea out there. This has to do more with theology than it does what I would say scholarly consensus. So in theology, there is the idea that where in the Old Testament within Hebrew in the chapter of Isaiah, we have the reference that Isaiah is making the distinction that she who is going to bear a son, bear a Messiah, and call his name Emmanuel, she will be a young maiden. And then when the Greek was retranslated from the Hebrew, then we get Parthenos, where they translated it to virgin. So there's an idea theologically out there that this is a dual purpose. So for example, we know that Mary would have been a young maiden. Now, this is an important distinction to make as well. Culturally, young women back then, and I think you and I had a very quick 60-second back and forth on this, so I'm glad I get to talk with you about this.
Sure.
Back in that culture, women were not going around opening their legs like this culture. There was an understanding of purity, especially within young Jewish women and young maidens. And like I said, every single time that this word Alma is used in the Bible, it always is a virgin. It is never not used for a woman that is not a virgin.
You mentioned
that's
the purity
distinction
thing
to make.
Yes, but from my understanding of the purity thing, it has to do with a lot more with like you could be unpure from like a male, having an emission of semen, for example, in Genesis 38:8. You can find God kills somebody for that, by the way.
So when I say purity, I'm talking specific. virgin purity. I'm talking sexual purity even within the actual breaking of the hymen. So something some of you may not know having to do with
we're getting in there on the target.
Well, it's important to make. So there is the Jewish understanding, and this is I'm giving you Jewish understanding. The Jewish understanding that the breaking of the hymen between a man and a wife, when a man takes a woman's virginity, that the woman often bleeds. So this ties in with the idea of Jewish ritual and blood covenant, so that God is constantly throughout the Old Testament, throughout the New Testament. You have the Old Covenant, you have the New Covenant. Christ is a representation of the groom, and the church is the representation of the bride. We have this symbolism constantly represented in the scriptures. So what we have in Jewish understanding, when a man would lie with a woman for the first time and virginity was taken, there is blood because of blood covenant.
Because he's the blood sacrifice? So Jesus is the hymen?
No, Jeff. Here, let the big boys talk. So, in regard,
well, you just said the church is the wife and we're the husband, so Jesus has to be the blood sacrifice, and you said that the breaking of the hymen.
So you are familiar. There is far more. Yeah, you are familiar. There is far more than just one sacrifice to be made biblically. It's there is all sorts of covenant. There's all sorts of covenant rituals.
Yeah, children.
There's all sorts of covenant rituals. No, not children.
Animals.
Not children. Not children. No.
You
Back it
boil
up.
children. We all know that.
Back it up for the Lord.
Say what?
Boiling children. It's the best way to sacrifice them.
Okay, what? No. I want to know where your child sacrifice is coming from biblically.
Where my child sacrifice is coming from?
Jesus.
I don't sacrifice children.
Yeah, the notion that you just made. So you say that there's different sacrifices in the Bible, and then you said, yes, there's this sacrifice, there's child sacrifice. Now I want you to show me child sacrifice biblically to back up your claim.
You want me to give you verses where children are sacrificed?
Yeah, specifically in the name of God would be nice, not in the name of a god like Molech.
That children were abused in the name of God?
Didn't
No, we were talking sacrifice, right?
Oh, sacrifice.
So
Yeah, Jesus.
Specifically within religious sacrifice, can you give me one thing that backs up what you just said?
Aren't they all religious sacrifices? I don't understand the question.
Okay, so religious sacrifices, when something is done, when it's actually a sacrifice, right? This
what's a fake?
You talked about Jesus. You talked about a lamb. There were sacrifices of grain. There were sacrifices of animals. There were sacrifices of doves. So that's what I want. If you're saying children, show me where the sacrifices of children take place within religious sacrifice.
So, but I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So you're asking for a biblical reference about child sacrifice.
Yes.
Hold on. What are we doing? Like, we're talking about a book with talking animals, and we're getting all serious. Can we just drive it back down to the main point? Like, are there talking snakes and donkeys and shit, or what are we doing?
Yeah, that's what we call a straw man, because that has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it's not. It's not a straw man because I host the show and it was going nowhere. So I am redirecting.
It's going somewhere.
No, it was not at all. So.
One of your hosts made a claim that there's child sacrifice ritually. And I asked him to back up the claim, which he did not do.
Pastor John, should I mute Oz? Is that what you need me to do?
No. It's his show. We'll let him keep his voice. Least I can do.
Oh, thanks.
I love you, Austin. Okay, so let's go ahead. We can bring it back. We can bring it back to Alma. If I am a man under authority, so I will play by the rules.
Okay, well, J Mike got disconnected.
So going. Oh, J Mike. No. We were having a good conversation.
You said Hyman 3 times and his internet broke.
Yeah, it made me itchy when he said it.
And like I said, I'm giving more Jewish understanding. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying I even necessarily believe it. I am giving you cultural context.
From your friend.
Within the word Alma, here is the point I'm trying to make. Young maidens, and every time it's used in Scripture, they were not sexually impure in the way of lying with a man. It just never happens biblically. That was the only point I was trying to make.
But we're talking about reality.
You guys want to push back on that? No. We're talking biblically. Like if you we're not talking about reality. We're talking biblically.
Okay, like
the entire point of the conversation. The entire point of the conversation was to talk about the word Alma. Talk about how it's used in the Hebrew. Talk about how it's translated into the Septuagint.
That's called Jeff, hold on. He just admitted we're not talking about reality. We're talking about the Bible. So we're done.
It's not real. It's not something that really happened. We're talking about
in the conversation.
I understand.
We got it.
In the conversation.
Soundbite recorded. Done.
Lord have mercy.
So K-Nebs, you said you had an interesting article or paragraph on that?
I do. Hi, Pastor Don.
Real quick, somebody's echoing real bad.
Yeah, it might be the lack of headphones. I think you might have to put headphones in. I'm not sure.
Who, me?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. 1, 2. Go ahead.
I can hear her fine.
Oh, say something.
Check.
No,
Check. It went away. It went away. My bad.
Check. We good?
It was Jeff, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read like a little snippet, and this is from a rabbi because someone asked him a question about the word Alma, just from a Jewish source. I'm going to be really quick. So It says, in the same way that in the English language, the words young woman does not indicate sexual purity, in the Hebrew language, there is no relationship between the words Alma and virgin. On the contrary, it is usually a young woman who bears children. The word Alma only conveys age and gender. Had Isaiah wished to speak about a virgin, he would have used the word Betula, not Alma. The word Betula appears frequently in the Jewish scriptures and is the only word in both biblical and modern Hebrew that conveys sexual purity.
K-Nebs, everybody.
Okay, read that last sentence one more time. I'm so sorry. Did you say Betula?
For the win.
Yep. Isaiah,
what was the word Betula?
Betula in ancient Hebrew, in the context of biblical scriptures, Isaiah would have used Betula to convey sexual purity, not Alma.
So this rabbi is saying that Betula is strictly sexual purity. Is that correct?
He didn't say
that the Hebrew word Betula is strictly sexual purity?
That's not what he said. He said, had Isaiah wished to speak about a virgin, he would have used the word Betula, not Alma. As he said before, the word Alma only conveys age and gender. The word Betula appears frequently in the Jewish scriptures and is the only word in both biblical and modern Hebrew that conveys sexual purity. So he's not saying that it specifically only means sexual purity, but that word conveys sexual purity outright.
Don't worry, Pastor John, listen.
So
the proof of Jesus Christ is in one word. Go.
What'd you say?
I said all of this rests on you right now and one word. One word is the difference between Christianity being true or false. Go.
Yeah, I don't submit under those stipulations.
Shout out to the atheist pastor as well while we're at it.
The Boomer Clap boy.
Okay, so let me respond to Kay here. Okay, so first off, would you agree that you are reading from a biased source?
Sure.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, of course. I mean, it's a rabbi talking about Jewish scriptures and Hebrew, which is what the Torah is written in. He's probably a little bit more knowledgeable than most in this area. So.
Oh yeah, no, I would agree. And I'm not saying that what he's saying is false in any way. What I'm saying scripturally, the main point I am making scripturally, I am aware of the word patula in how it refers to virginity, but I can also name you a place in scripture where patula is not referring to virginity. So that's why one of those reasons he doesn't outright say it's only virginity, because I can give you, I think it's Job 1, 1:9, 1, and do you have a Bible in front of you right now?
So Pastor,
can you guys still hear me?
No.
We got you.
Can you guys still hear me?
It's not. Yeah, we can.
Okay,
hear you.
let me here. I have the phone up close to my mouth, but I can't hear you guys. Give me just literally 10 seconds.
Just don't say hymen again, because it broke my internet last time you did. Like immediately you said that, my internet was like, ugh.
Yeah, it makes me really uncomfortable when you say it.
So don't.
And that means we are close to getting demonetized because of Pastor John's language.
Foul-mouthed Christians.
I'm sorry. Okay. So the only point I was making primarily is I am not saying that Alma cannot refer to someone who I'm not saying that Alma cannot refer to someone who is just a virgin or not a virgin, right? I'm saying biblically it doesn't happen. Biblically, there's never a place where
that's
Alma is not referred to.
That's not what a lot of people are saying. I mean, that's your opinion, but there's lots of other sources and scholars out there that disagree with you.
Yeah, it's actually the consensus among scholars that it has nothing to do with virginity.
Correct.
So not biblically. Not biblically.
I'm talking about.
So hold on.
We're talking about biblically.
You can just
Google. Shall I say?
But then I'll go back. Then John, I'll go right back to what you said to Kay. Then, well, then I would say that the source you're using is very biased.
Which is his friends.
No, because I know pretty much. I've debated this subject enough that I understand the uses that it's used.
I don't know what kind of fallacy that is.
There's never
with bias.
I can. No. It's not bias. It's education. So there is not a point, and this rabbi does not say this. The rabbi never says.
You only heard a segment of what
in the Bible. Alma.
Look,
I mean, I can go on.
That's what I'm referring to.
Chris is an atheist.
What's the rabbi's name,
by the way?
Yeah.
John.
So, go ahead, Jeff.
What was this rabbi's name?
So his name is Rabbi.
No. I was asking Pastor John.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Because he said that the pastor never claims, as though the one paragraph you read somehow represents the entirety of this guy's intellectual volumes.
So she named the site that she was reading from, and
you know that site?
Or the name of the article, one of the two.
You read it just now?
Yeah. So there are messianic Jewish sites, usually like Jews for Jesus, and then there are strictly Orthodox Jewish sites.
What about the Jews looking for Jesus?
Yeah.
Sites?
So say what?
Nothing.
Okay.
Jews for
anyway,
J-Mike.
What I was saying. I can promise you, and you guys can Google right now as much as you want. Present me one.
I just Googled it. It says you're wrong.
Where in Scripture Alma is.
Oh damn! We lost him.
Did we lose him?
God shut him up.
Sucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, I mean,
am I muted?
No.
You cut out. You said point out somewhere in Scripture, and then you fizzled off.
He went to go play.
Yeah,
with,
I just said
he went to go play with David Smalley's mustache.
Where Alma.
Oz.
No. I said name one place in Scripture where Alma is not used as.
It's right
where
after
an Alma is not also a virgin.
It's in the same book where they sacrifice children.
It almost feels like a rectangle isn't a square, but a square is a rectangle. So, I mean, even if it happened to be that they were using the word Alma to mean, because the words mean things, right? And back then it meant a young woman who happened to be a virgin, but that doesn't necessarily mean that word means that they were a virgin. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get it. That makes perfect sense.
I completely agree. So I have never disagreed with that point. I completely agree. I think I said that at the very beginning when I talked to J Mike. I said Alma means young maiden, but
so you can see
even though the word no, I don't concede. The etymology of the word does not reflect the culture. So within the etymology of the word Alma in Hebrew does not denote virginity. And
So
I'm totally fine with that. So in the etymology of the word, what we're talking about in regards to the times and the culture.
John.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
If this is probably not a reliable way.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. This is probably using this language is probably not the most reliable way to prove that Jesus was born of a virgin. What would be a better way for us to determine? What would be a better way for us to determine if Jesus was born of a virgin?
There absolutely is no way.
Time travel.
Virgin birth, and I will say this.
I do think time travel
loud and proud. Yeah, I'll say this loud and proud. Virgin birth, I take on faith.
Period. You know what I take on faith?
Yeah.
That he wasn't born of a virgin.
So then you have to explain away all the other evidence.
Right, I can take it on faith.
Then you have to explain away all the other evidence. Okay.
What
let me
other
ask you a
evidence? You just told me there was no other evidence.
I mean,
other
we
than this word.
observe that you have to have intercourse in order to have a child. So, I mean, that's been happening for.
Well, most of us know how that works, but.
Yeah, and I have one. I have engaged in this extracurricular activity.
Are you sure?
So,
I don't know. I think Pastor John's the
Jonathan,
prime
hold on a
example of a
second.
virgin.
Jonathan.
Giving.
How dare you, Jonathan?
All right,
that
so
image.
I'm married. I was a virgin when I got married.
Okay, but you said that it's not faith. Is it? We have all this evidence. We don't need faith. Well, what is the other evidence then?
No. So listen. Okay. So what I said was I take the virgin birth on faith. Now let's define what my definition of faith is. Wouldn't that be a good start?
I don't think
Epistemologically, of course.
What I think you mean by faith is you don't have any other evidence because that's what you would have shared if you didn't have faith.
Hey, just before we go down the Socratic method, John, just before we go down there.
I have faith that it's not true.
Do you think that back in the age of the iron, that Mary could have got artificially inseminated by Jesus?
What if it was a jogging accident?
By Jesus' ghost?
I have no. Yeah, so no.
The Bible doesn't specifically say that that's not true.
Okay, so let's break this down really quick on my definition of faith. Okay, just so everyone knows. My definition of faith is I am convicted of truth. So
what does that mean?
I am convicted that something is true by faith. So there are things that I take on blind. Say what?
What do you mean convicted by faith?
I am convicted. Faith is by my definition and the biblical definition. That word, it can be broken down to mean convicted by truth. Convicted that something is
just
true.
Go to the truth part then.
Or belief, if you want to use that.
Okay, so we're back to faith.
Say what?
So faith means that you have faith.
Yeah. So we're not done yet though.
Okay, keep going.
For you to be convicted that something is true, for you to believe that something is true, right? You've got to see evidence that it is true. We've talked about this many times. And I've even defended this position. I've defended this on your guys' behalf. I think Kay was actually there.
So what's the
Kay,
evidence?
You were listening to me in a live, weren't you, Kay?
I've listened to you in lives multiple times. I'm not sure which. When
So
you're
the
talking
time
about
when
this.
someone was saying,
She talks about it all the time.
there was a time when someone was someone was saying that why doesn't an atheist just believe in God? And I said this. This is what I usually say.
We're 3 hours into this live. I'm getting testy.
She
You said
screenshots
something
your lives,
about
dude.
evidence. Can we
I
just
do remember that actually.
I'm trying. I'm actually
Give
giving
us
you
the
guys
evidence.
ammunition
Why
with what I'm
make us
about
go
to
through all
say.
this extra work?
No. This isn't even an argument. This is me helping you guys out.
Now I remember what you're talking about.
Right now, what I said directly was I said, can you tell me your favorite movie? And can you tell me the movie that you hate? For example, I love the Indiana Jones movies. I hate The Last Jedi. There is nothing that anyone can say that would make me think The Last Jedi is a good movie. I believe that The Last Jedi is a horrible movie, but then there are other people that they subjectively believe it is a good movie.
But
So
you
it
saw
goes
the
to
movie.
choosing belief. That was the only point.
Yeah,
you
but
saw the movie. We didn't see the virgin birth.
Yeah, we're also talking about something subjective as opposed to like an objective, like fundamental
what are you
nature of
talking
reality.
about?
But hold on. So I don't think there's a
No,
problem.
I'm not. You guys
There's not a-
realize I'm not making an argument right now, right?
No, I know. John.
Absolutely.
You're coming across kind of argumentative, to be honest with you.
Yeah, stop yelling at me. What I wanted to say though is like, I don't think anybody has a problem with accepting faith as like a definition towards they think something is true, like they're convinced, right? It's just whether or not what the truth is based on. Faith, like Jeff's making a good point, because when you say I take it on faith that I take it on pure faith that the virgin birth is the case, there's nothing that separates Jeff's position of saying I say that it didn't happen based on faith, because if we're now going to compare two faith positions, we're going to need something else to determine who's true, and that's usually the introduction of evidence, which shows why faith is not reliable, because you're going to have to add something else, which is kind of like, I know your point is probably going to be more of an agreement to it, but wouldn't you agree that like I could just
so for
believe
example,
anything on faith?
Okay, so
I have faith that you
so I don't think you guys are understanding my definition. So I'm going to try to explain this uninterrupted.
It's
if that
believing
is
something
possible.
true.
Is
No,
that okay?
I'm going to interrupt you all the time because I love you.
Okay. So when I say I take the virgin birth on faith, and I take it, I will even go to say I take the virgin birth on blind faith. Okay? But my definition of faith is descriptive of, or described in the way of saying I am convicted of what is true.
Yep.
Why am I convicted of something is true? To be convicted that something is true, I have got to have evidence. So there are other things
So you don't
that
need the
I
faith.
do not take on blind faith.
Yes,
there
so-
are other things I do not take on blind faith.
Yes, so you
there
don't
are
need-
things
you don't
that I
need faith.
see.
You're just
No,
admitting.
no, there are things that I
John,
see
you're just
as
admitting you don't
evidence.
need faith.
Just give us the evidence.
You're saying.
No,
Why are you keeping it secret from us, John?
Yeah, why are you keeping this evidence from us? You were convicted by faith through evidence. Give us the evidence so we can be convicted by faith.
Yeah, because if you're saying that there's this introduction of evidence, then let's put the faith thing in a bucket where we never have to deal with it again, because it's useless, like literally useless.
My number one evidence is experiential. That's my number one.
How dare you?
So you
having to do with
Jesus is born of a virgin?
I think my fans.
Say what?
How did you experience Jesus's virgin birth to know it is true? How is that
That's
evident?
not what I said, Jeff. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well, listen, you said that you were convicted.
My belief
through
in
faith.
God,
Let me
my
finish.
theism.
Let me finish. You said you were convicted by faith through evidence. You said that your evidence is experiential. So I'm trying to figure out what experiential evidence brought you to your conviction of faith that Jesus Christ was born of a virgin.
Okay. So, having to do, like I said, there are things I take on blind faith. There are things that I take on evidential faith. So, faith being described as convicted of what is true. So, having to do with that side of it, what I said was the reason I'm convicted of the virgin birth through blind faith is because experientially I have been convicted that God is real. Okay? So I am convinced that God is real. I believe fully that God is real. I believe it is through my number one is through experience. My number one reason that I am a Christian is because I have personally experienced God.
So is a Muslim.
And so through that experience of God,
so is a Hindu.
I can look at the minor issues and take them on blind faith. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to a Muslim and a Hindu.
I know it doesn't make sense. Do you at least believe?
I think you're using a word
Say
salad.
what?
We're confused.
No, it's not. It's not a word salad at all. It's saying I am convinced that God is real because I have experienced God.
So a Hindu says
that is why I am convinced. That is why I have faith that God is real. And so,
what about the virgin
logically,
birth?
if I believe that God is real, say what?
But what about the virgin birth?
I couldn't hear you, Jeff.
What about the virgin birth?
Yeah, that's what gets me to blind faith on minor issues such as the virgin birth.
Assuming that God is real, therefore the Bible in its entirety is true. Sorry, Kay, go ahead.
No, I was just he said
Hey,
minor
someone
issue,
cut
but the
in.
whole virgin birth is like that's the whole.
It's a pretty major issue, yeah.
That's a pretty big issue. It's a pretty big issue.
So
maybe not for Pastor John and his conviction of faith.
It's an issue for multiple reasons because we don't know the consent level that Mary had. So like there's actual issues within the actual story if we even pretend it's true.
Can she consent to the virgin birth?
I don't know. Do we classify that as the R word? I don't know, but well,
that's I never thought about that.
Biblically, she did consent.
How?
If you want
She didn't have a
go
choice.
there, biblically, she literally said,
God made
no,
her.
no, no. She
God made
literally
her, so he
said,
could just make her. Her exact neurology will be the neural correlates will be just in the way so that she'll accept my proposition later about.
How old do you think Mary was when she had Jesus?
Okay. When she had Jesus, I think most scholars hold to 14, somewhere in there.
That's not good.
I look at pictures of myself when I was 14 and I'm like, I was a literal infant.
Yeah. So,
hey, Pastor John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So what would you say to a Muslim or a Hindu that says the same thing as you?
What would I? Okay. So epistemology.
No,
So
no, it's called
what
a
I would
question.
say to.
What about Scientology?
No, that's epistemology.
Faith through conviction.
No, epistemology is the study of knowledge. I'm just asking you a question about what you just said, about like you just basically claimed that your reason for believing in God is you've had a personal experience. So what would you say about the person that says the same thing?
Right. Like, how would you know that?
I would question them. I would question them about. I would question them about their personal experience and go from there. So I can't just say, here's what I would say to a Muslim or here's what I would say to a Hindu. I would immediately begin to question them on their experience. And I would immediately begin to question them on the parameters around it and so on and so forth.
Okay, so let's do a thought experiment.
So, that's what I would say.
I had a revelation
Go ahead.
and in a personal experience that I'm God.
Yeah, so I think that can be demonstrated as false.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that experience can be demonstrated as false.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're already self-contradictory because you're an atheist. You don't believe in God, therefore you don't even believe in yourself. So by your own admission, No, by your own admission of what it means to be an atheist, you don't believe in God.
No.
So you
I just had a
cannot be what you
revelation
do not
just
believe
now.
in.
You're going into the past. I just had a revelation.
So now you're not an atheist.
No, no longer. I'm a monotheist and I'm God.
Okay, you are no longer an atheist.
Nope.
So for what reasons are you not an atheist?
Because I had a revelation and a personal experience that I am God.
Dear troll God, please make my headache go away.
So it's a self. So what you're saying is it's a self-contained claim.
I had a revelation.
So it's a self-contained claim
that I'm God.
So you were an atheist. So you're an atheist. Okay, so you were 30 seconds ago. You didn't believe God existed.
45.
Nothing has happened externally outside of yourself that has led you to believe in any sort of deity, but yet you have made an internal contained claim that you now are God.
No. See, I'm God, but also there's also a Father God. But we're both the same
Father,
God.
Lord God. Father, Lord, Jesus, Lord God.
Yeah.
What's the difference between that revelation and the one that like Joseph would get? Right? I don't see that.
I just realized that I am that God's son.
Okay, so I would ask for demonstration then.
Okay, well, actually, how
can you demonstrate that you're God? How can you convict me? How can you convict me of the truth?
You can't.
I'm going to put my
I have
faith
given
in
you the information. It is your choice whether or not you want to believe in me or not.
No, that's not what I said, Jeff. Because that's not. You're
saying you want
lumping
evidence
me
that I'm
in
God?
with a. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
and that's what I've been saying the entire night with my definition of faith.
Okay, well, if you pray and you have a clear heart when you pray and you pray to me, I will reveal myself to you in the right timing.
So that's not why I believe in God currently. So
you're offering current. That's how you can get to know me.
Wait, one sec, let me.
You should read my blog if you read about me. And you study my texts, study my writing.
Tonight.
Study my
John,
Discord blog. You will understand what you need to do to achieve righteousness.
John,
and when you achieve that righteousness, I will bestow upon you the knowledge you need to know that you're right.
You have the chance to speak to God, and you're interrupting.
Okay, so yeah, I am getting constantly interrupted. You guys suck sometimes. No. All right, so here's the thing. Regardless of because right now what you're doing more is word salad. Far more than
you
what
have
I was
free
doing.
will to believe in me or not. You're choosing not.
Because
what I do is word salad. He's not doing.
You just don't want to accept the truth because you want to remain in sin.
He's doing the word salad that he is capable of.
If you didn't listen, I understand you want to practice your pagan religion, and that's why you don't want to believe in the one true God, which is me and the Father. And you want to live in sin.
No, so here's the thing. So okay, let's play with the hypothetical a little bit, but you have to let me talk. All right?
Peace be with him.
So I'm a Christian currently. I have already been convicted of truth, my definition of faith, that God is real, evidentially through my own personal experience. You then having a self-contained claim that you are God, and you have done nothing for me. How do you convince me to believe that you are God?
Well, so first off, I've given you life, which is really just not, very appreciative of you. But secondly, the convictions that you have currently are false. You are deceived. You're being deceived by Satan. And that is why you don't understand. And you need to stop practicing your evil ways and turn away from these false Satan, these images Satan has given you. And if you, again, study my blog, study my word, pray to me, then in due time, you will come to know that it's the truth.
So you're asking me to accept you on blind faith? Just
listen,
strictly blind faith.
You free
nothing
will.
But blind faith.
You have free will to decide for yourself. I'm not building little robots. You have free will to determine.
So I don't accept any. I don't accept any God claim on blind faith.
I mean, he's right here in the flesh, telling you that he's.
Right. I've shown up.
He's here.
Yeah. So I can't. Currently I can't see him. I can see him on the video. But here's the thing. You have not done anything with me specifically other than made a self-contained claim that you are God.
I gave you life.
We could arrange a meeting, right? We could get his, the God that here and then your God to meet, and then we can have a demonstration between the two.
Battle it out.
Yeah, but I don't think that yours is going to show up.
Let's bring this. Let's bring this back into actual conversation. So, does everyone understand what I was trying to say about faith?
We understand 100%.
Yes, you have faith, and then it's faith, and then it's entirely useless once you say I have evidence.
But my question
no, it's not. It's really not.
Because if you had the evidence, then we just need to talk about
there is all right. I have an idea how I have an idea how I can say this. I have an idea on how I can say this. Okay. So do you believe there is anything, and you guys can each answer, all of you can give me an answer. Do you believe that there is anything that you can personally experience that you could not provide evidence for?
Is there anything I could experience that I couldn't provide evidence for?
Yes.
Not when I
Is
denote.
there anything that
If I denote it to an explanation that hasn't been proven in any facet, which would be paranormal, supernatural, or any of those things, then it wouldn't be. I wouldn't appeal to those. I would say I don't understand the phenomena of the experience, but at no point would I deviate from a natural phenomenon because that's explained everything thus far.
Okay,
fair?
so for example, there is something that I would say the vast majority of humanity experiences that no one else in the world could tell them that they didn't actually experience. There's no evidence, there's no trail whatsoever. So when I say I've experienced God, I would honestly define it in the same way that I have experienced a dream. In no way whatsoever could I give you evidence of the dream that I have experienced.
Brain scan.
But we all dream. Brain scan does not show you my dream, Jeff.
Yes, but you're claiming to have.
So for example, if I have a dream about a big black bear in a red leather jacket that is fishing on a massive cruise ship and using dynamite to catch sharks, if I have that dream, it is something when I wake up, I know 100% what I dreamed.
So religion is a dream.
There is nothing in the world I could ever give you evidentially to prove to you that I dreamed what I say I dreamed.
Yes, and so
This is something that you have evidence for that you cannot prove whatsoever. You can't prove even another human being dreams because they just say I dream.
It's like, but this is
so when I say I've experienced God, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say this is like saying it's like saying though that like you have an experience of, like we could say we don't know where these foot tracks go to, right? And someone doesn't have the experience of that. Like at no point, like even if you have the experience or it's self-contained or it's only within your head or you're the only one there or whatever, that doesn't at any point give you credit to explaining it with a phenomena for which we have no examples of. You would like, so if I had this dream and I can't explain it to you, or I can't explain a certain thing that's happened to me,
I would say you could have the dream and no one could take that from you, J Mike. I would say you could have a dream about anything.
Yes,
you could have a dream about Pasta Mike braiding his armpit hair.
Well, so nobody's taking away what you right. So no one's taking away what you would be like. This right here is the revelation that God is giving me. No one can take that away from you, but you can still be wrong. Like your feelings about what happened are independent from the truth of what is actually happening. So there's still a mechanism of what is happening. How do we determine what's happening? And worse than that, you are saying that it manifests within some kind of empirical or a posteriori, like you're putting it in a realm of an empirical sense that can be tested, because we could potentially like look at this within brain states, right? We could look at this and say, maybe there is a phenomenon here and we could get down to that. But when you're positing it as like, there's evidentiary warrant, but it only applies to me and you can't look at that. I think when you set up those boundaries, it's indistinguishable from a claim that's just not true, because you've just basically said, well, it's true to me, but it's still just in your head. We have to figure out what's going on, or your interpretation of the experience is actually like denoted to something.
So I think if we're looking for the evidence of it, if we're looking at the evidence for it, we can say that majority of people, they claim to dream. But what evidence is there that dreams actually exist? The only reason, if someone walks up to you and says, hey, check out this dream I had last night.
John,
John, I said fMRI. So we can look at brain states. We can even kind of like we can even look at like the emotions that are being experienced, and we've gotten to a point where pretty sure we can map out at least like what they're experiencing to whether or not it's pleasurable or it's not pleasurable. Like we can determine whether it's a nightmare or not a nightmare depending on how they're representing these in the fMRIs. So,
yeah, but there are things within the consciousness of the brain that you just cannot test. You can get everything
does
around
God
it.
get to hide there though?
You cannot actually.
It seems
there's no technology currently.
Oz just sent me a syllogism. It says, "Dreams, therefore God."
So, John, now we're in the territory of the unknown. We're in the territory of the unknown potentially. Like we don't like. I agree. We don't have really a problem. I'm a reductive physicalist, but I don't think we've solved the problem of hard consciousness. Like I don't think we've gotten there. Right? I can't tell you exactly how quality of experience
and I'm not asking you to.
But the point is that you don't get to just hide or smuggle God into the explanation of that. You have to have we have to have a mechanism. You would agree that like a testable prediction would be of value. And since this thing is now kind of swooping into the empirical realm of things and then also kind of fading out when it's convenient for it, like you would say that we can somehow test it if it's somehow manifesting itself in the experience and the reality we have. So I don't get why it just stops there. And the insufficient evidence points to a bigger mystery. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying to bring this in is that I know... Say what?
Nothing, keep going.
Someone say something? Okay.
No, we're waiting for you to finish.
Basically what I'm saying is I know that I have had dreams. Okay? I know that I have had dreams. I know that I have woken up the next morning. Say what?
No, keep going.
Gosh. Let me finish up.
We're waiting for you to. We're
just
listening.
ignore Jeff. You should learn this by now.
Yeah, no one's talking. Keep going.
You talk. All right. So I know that I have experienced dreams. You're asking me the reason. I'm not giving an empirical basis for why God just exists. I completely am fine with the idea that there is a possibility I could be wrong and you guys could be right, or some other religion could be right.
Well, I was going to say there could be another.
I am open to the possibility. I am open to the Oh my gosh! What?
That was Jeff.
I didn't say anything. You're going to be punished for that, Jake.
Y'all are in an interruptive mood tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Like
John,
normally, you guys.
Can I give you evidence that I'm God, and then I'm going to take off because I have to go get some sleep for God's sleep to answer prayers and stuff? But I'm going to give you. I think you have a good heart, so I want to give you evidence that I'm God, and you can accept it or not. It's up to you.
Yeah. So I have to experience you in a way where you're not a dick, Jeff.
Okay. Well,
no,
I will give you that. So here's
Maybe God's a dick.
Here's how you can experience me. Look outside.
Okay, tell me.
Look at the wind. That's evident.
Yeah, so that's not equal.
I forgot George
that's
Washington.
Not equal to my experience on why I believe in God, so I reject it.
You can reject it all you want, but I'll still love you. But you will burn.
Okay, fantastic. Is this the pasta's hell? The one it starts with an F and ends in nuts?
It starts with atheist pizza. Is all I know.
Is that the
okay,
right
well,
hell?
I'm going to answer some prayers, and actually, I'm going to ignore children's prayers, but I will answer sports teams' prayers. So, goodbye.
Okay, we'll talk some other time, Jeff. This has been fun. All right, so to those who are still with me, the point I'm trying to make, just foundationally, is that I know that I have dreamed in the same way that I fully know that I have experienced God. Well, I won't say no. Like I said, I am open to being wrong, to promote intellectual honesty, but I fully believe that I have experienced God. I have full assurance and faith that I have experienced God in the same way I have full assurance that I have dreamed. It is something that I believe dreams happen because, and this isn't invoking an ad populum fallacy, But I believe dreams happen because the evidence of people throughout the world that say they have dreams is pretty consistent. The amount of people that say they've experienced God in some way, whether you want to talk theism or deism, or well, not deism. I'm sorry. Whether you want to talk theism or paganism or whatever. So they claim, I would say, the vast majority of the planet makes some sort of religious claim or some sort of God claim. And so we know that dreams exist. I know that I've experienced dreams.
But John, you're missing out.
And I am
where we got to knowing that dreams exist, right? People had these experiences, and then they would know it's an experience. They might refer to it as a dream, or they refer to it as something else. But until we actually understand what the phenomena is going on with science and with REM sleep and how it works and what it actually is, anybody could have hit under the veil that this experience explains X or Z or B or Q or F or whatever variable they want or conclusion, because there's no mechanism at that point. Wouldn't it be fair to say that just because we have the experience doesn't mean in any way we've been able to solve what the phenomena is? I think phenomenology, I can never say that word, phenomenology and psychology and things like this do actually explain natural reasons why human or primates like ourselves do strive for these types of behaviors. I mean, it's kind of ingrained within the way that we've evolved. So I think that there's a better explanation there. So I don't know how you get from, because it seems like we have all these things now, it must be explained by this thing because a bunch of people believed it, but that doesn't sound good compared to we have an experience of people seeing things that aren't there. And then now we find out, oh, hey, we find a deficiency within the D1 and D2 receptors. This kind of goes with the dopamine model we have for schizophrenia. Therefore, it's likely schizophrenia. I mean, we can pinpoint what it is based off of the experience and the phenomena that's involved. Right?
In those cases, definitely. My mom was schizophrenic, bipolar, paranoia.
Always hide and say that it's demons. We could always hide and say that this person's supernatural herself and just can see things, or she can transcend the 3D realm and see 4D and 5D stuff. We could always do this. We can make an infinite amount of imaginations of what the explanation could be, but the mechanism, what matters is yes, you have an experience, but it doesn't seem like we're developing any way to determine what the there is, right? The experience is there, but what is the there? What's going on?
Yeah, and that's not really where I was going. I wasn't really even going that deep. I was more so saying I compare my experience with God, that I fully believe, I have assurance that I experience God in the same way that I fully believe and have assurance that I have had certain dreams. And in that way, I don't think I can show evidence for either. You could, if I tell you I dreamed of that bear, I cannot show you evidence. There is no technology currently to where you can project dreams onto a screen and everyone watch a movie. That'd be great someday, because there wasn't actually fall apart.
Because there wasn't actually a bear there. That concept abstract doesn't exist, right? You can never show me that a bear was there because there was no bear. There was states of consciousness, or there was physical processes within your brain that were there, not the bear. We can show that. We can show
exactly.
That these things can make you think, the same way that we can. I mean, we're not there with the hard problem of consciousness where we can define qualia down to its physical components. We might be blocked off, from that. We might get that within the year or within our lifetime, for all I know. Like I said earlier, we could potentially do that. Doubt it. But the point being is that, when you make those kind of comparisons, it's that experience is an abstract thought there. It's I can think of. This kind of goes down in David Hume's ideas and then impressions of ideas, or matters of fact versus relation of ideas, where you have this concept of the idea in your head, but then also the impression of it, or what you're trying to gauge. So you get from this thing that's in your head, let's say I'm thinking of a book. It's completely different than the actual book itself, but I can still on a physical level show you that there was a process of me thinking of the book or whatever by looking at an fMRI and showing that this side of my brain or whatever, however that works. But we can actually pinpoint there's some physical connection there. And it sounds like you're going to this immaterial thing. It's I don't know how we even test that. And it seems like it's indistinguishable from just saying magic did it.
So that's where some of my personal experiences, they have to do with what I would call a miracle. And so that's the pinnacle of where I pinpoint it. I'm not just saying I'm walking down my neighborhood one day and I felt the love of God. That's not what I'm saying by I've experienced God. I'm saying through examples where God has used me, where I have, like I said, in regards, and I think we've shared these stories before, so we don't have to go into them, but I'm not saying I felt the overwhelming love of God. I believe I have, but those are not the core experiences that I'm referring to. I'm referring to times that I've experienced God where it was a situation that was not coincidental, and that couldn't have been a coincidence. It doesn't make any sense for it to have been a coincidence. I'm explaining it in ways where God has used me in performing healing, so to speak. And so that's where I put the pin in. I'm not saying that my experiences are just completely disembodied. It's something that I know I have experienced, but I also don't get away from the love of God whatsoever. It's like I said, there are certain things that I take on blind faith, but because my definition is defined by convicted of something that is truth, and that is literally, if you look it up in the Greek, within the New Testament, the word faith that is used there is defined in that way. That's what the word means. So when Christians don't know what faith means, they don't understand that Greek word. And so most scholars define that as convicted of truth.
Yeah, and I'm going to hand this off.
Convicted of something, it's not just separate from evidence. Just because I say I have faith. So for example,
hold on, John, real fast. John, we're going like, but we're a lot of points that we have to address. So I want to hand it off to Kay. Okay. I do a really bad job at wanting to talk a lot in these conversations. But the one thing I would say is that, and
who's all here? Is it just Kay and you?
And Oz just entered back in. But real fast, the faith thing is like,
go ahead.
It doesn't matter what like pistis meant, right? It doesn't matter if we go back into these Greek things. It matters like what you like. It will matter in scripture, like the Alma thing. Those things matter, but it doesn't matter when, like, if I call myself an atheist, if I'm using theos, right, or if I'm using whatever it might be to define that. It just matters what you mean by when you say the words, because they're just sounds we make with our mouths. But hold on. I'm saying the word
definitionally, though.
The main point is that there's no difference, I think, between what you say when you say faith being an entailment or truth being an entailment of your faith. I don't think anybody disagrees that is what the faith is, the methodology of faith is claiming to get to or obtain, which is truth. The problem is that it's not a good methodology, because I can literally use faith with anything I want to make it true. And if you start to say, well, I do use evidence.
Only if it's blind.
Exactly. And you're saying if it's blind. Now
you can only use faith if it's blind.
Here's the important part. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. If we get to this point where now you're saying it's blind, or yours isn't blind, when we wasted the entire conversation talking about faith, because now you're introducing the thing that people care about. And one of the only ways we actually can get to truth. I'm not an empiricist. I'm not a proponent of scientism. I accept a priori knowledge. I accept different conceptual ways of deducting truth. 100% on board. Not an empiricist. But when you introduce now evidence, or the fact that it does manifest itself within the empirical world, and you introduce evidence, the whole faith thing doesn't matter, because when we compare the faith, I'll just say, well, I have faith this coffee, or it's actually water, but that this water is God. And you'd say, well, I have faith that my God Yahweh is that. We're gonna at some point separate these two faith claims from with evidence. So literally talking about faith was pointless, like entirely pointless, because we're gonna get to what actually determines whether this is God or that. And faith had nothing to do with it. It had to do with the evidence. That's what separates the truth values.
Well, it makes there's a distinction though between what could be considered evidential faith, like you making, and I don't. Gosh, I hate going into this, but in all the questions that we talk about that atheists hear over and over and over and over, I'm not trying to get into all of this mess, but in all of the questions that you claim, okay, I just don't know. And that's totally fine. Totally good with that. So like abiogenesis, the idea of the origin of life, the idea of the origin of consciousness, the idea of the origin of all these things, where atheists simply say, I don't know.
No, it's no. That's not what it is. It's not. It doesn't matter what the atheists say. It's science is a fallibilistic approach, and all models are fallibilistic. So it's to say this isn't how things are. This is a model of how things are, and there's falsification measures. If we find out that it's not true, boom, that model gets falsified, and we have another tenable, another fallibilistic model. Every model is fallibilistic, even germ theory, even gravity. All fallibilistic models of reality, because it is not in the business of metaphysical truth. That's not where science lies. But anyway, I'll shut up now. And
yeah,
I almost called you faith.
I
understand. Too much faith, but yeah,
no, you're good.
Chime in.
No, I understand that, but my point is there is at least something that we all believe. There's with my God claims and the idea of there are certain.
Go ahead with your question.
Oh. My question would be that he's saying that he experienced God, and that is like hard truth, right? For him. My question is, for him, can he admit that it may not have been God? Does he admit that there could be some sort of other explanation for what that was?
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that.
Okay. I mean, because I was religious for a really long time, and I think there was a point in time where I would have said that I experienced
I would say
God, and you know, later on throughout my deconversion, which happened slowly, but I just realized that was emotional manipulation, also maybe a little sprinkle of mental illness, if I'm being honest. But so I was just wondering if you could, say that it wasn't God, but
that's fine.
A natural explanation for what you experienced.
Yeah, so I don't really classify myself as this necessarily, but if I were to put myself in a classification, I am open to being wrong. I am, if I am wrong, I am wrong. I guess you could call me an agnostic theist. There are Gnostic theists who just 100% claim to know, and I don't do that. I have confidence. I have faith. I have assurance. I hold a strong belief, but I am open to being wrong. So within the experience that I've talked about before, hey, you don't really know this. So there's an experience I had where I prayed for a friend who had a fractured leg, and it happened that day. He actually had it fractured. And that night, God healed him instantaneously. Touches down, wrap off, doctor next day, good to go. He was hobbling around. He was doing all these things. We were at Applebee's, and we had to help him pretty much do everything. He was at work earlier in the day, and a speaker dropped on his leg. And so this is one of, and there are multiple, this is one of the experiences that I hold to in saying, I do not see a better explanation for why a fractured leg is healed instantaneously. So that's just an example. I do not see a better explanation. Until a better explanation is presented for why that happened that night, then yes, I attribute it to God. But I also, again, it's not just this idea where I say, because of this one evidence, it's God, or because of this evidence over here, it's God. It's a culmination of everything that I consider evidence, and any Christian who actually is worth their salt considers evidence in many, many, many facets. And so I'm not saying just because of this moment, it's got to be God. I'm saying because I've seen God constantly at work within my life. And it's in ways that are like I said, in certain ways beyond coincidence and in certain ways beyond any other natural explanation currently. There's a really interesting book by a man named Craig Keener, and it's called Miracles. And this is where Craig Keener went around, and this entire book is filled with situations that just do not have medical explanations, even quoted in that way by doctors. So the doctors are even saying, we have no idea. And it's a really, really, really interesting book. I haven't.
Yeah. So you do know that Keener's book has been met with a lot of scrutiny from the from like actual journals or not journals, but the scientific community and the medical community. Like they don't actually back up, and a lot of times when they've looked into the claims that he makes in the book, you don't even find any actual medical documentation of what he's claimed. I've looked into it.
I'm open to look at those.
When I was in the Army, I had a fractured pelvis. Now, as far as that goes, they were telling me that it was pretty bad and it would take a long time to heal, but it healed really, really quickly. Like I want to say in 2 to 3 days, when they were telling me it would take weeks. Like I thought I was going to have to redo basic training, but I didn't. And I was able to pass my final PT test because this happened like right before my final PT test. And I was hobbling and just not doing good, could not walk, like in tears, sobbing because it hurt so bad. And then a couple days later, I was totally fine. I mean, that shit happens, you know. But like, what? My question was like, why?
I think the body naturally heals itself. 100%.
Like, doesn't he have other stuff to do? It's a little bit more important. Like, that's what gets me. You know, why can he answer that prayer, but not heal an amputee, or you know, feed a starving kid, or cure cancer? You know, for everybody. You know, just I mean,
and so
makes sense with me. Like,
well, he does. It's called the irrefutable
that's
God
absolutely
problem.
a fair question.
Right. So God does things.
That's absolutely a fair question.
It is, but you now get into the irrefutable God problem, where now like all the good things that happen with these miracles because of God, all the bad things aren't, or God couldn't do anything about it. So it's like he never can lose. He always wins out without actually any demonstration of such. But I think it's. So I think Cade's on
things primarily biblically.
Real fast,
John, are you in Australia? Are you with Chris Attlee? There's like a delay, terrible delay.
Yeah, right. There's a pretty bad.
Who's
delay.
Chris Attlee?
Don't you dare say who's Chris Attlee. You better pray. You don't know who he is.
I think Kay made a good point that I want to touch on real fast. It's when we talk about these like medical miracles, I'm willing to bet, and people in the comments can just say this if this is the case, and be honest. But do you? Yeah, I think it would be a miracle if we asked everybody in the room if they know somebody or if anybody in their family had a situation where the doctors told them you should not be alive right now. Because I'm pretty sure we'd get hands from probably 90% of all the people in the room. My dad being one of them, having multiple heart attacks. But it seems weird that these things that are claimed as medical miracles are actually just things that happen to everybody. Like everybody has these experiences. And if there's no mechanism beyond just saying, well, it's an unlikely chance, well, I have a problem with that because if you know anything about inferential statistics, you know that unlikely chances are going to happen. That's just the way statistics, that's the way chance works. So it would be actually more miraculous if we didn't see any of these things at all. So it's a weird kind of thing with how we define miraculous versus like the fact that if we're defining it as a rare occurrence, this isn't a rare occurrence at all. This is actually like one of the most common occurrences because everybody has to go through some medical thing at some point, and you either live through it or you don't. And so then you come out the other side and it's a miracle, you know, but when you don't hear from the people that die, right?
Hey,
so
John,
those are never miracles.
Exactly.
So John, like an atheist, a Hindu, a Muslim, and a Christian, you know, all do their own version of, you know, like the equivalency of a prayer. Like the atheist is like, oh, I hope my relative's limb grows back. And you know, the other guys pray to their deities. Let's say everybody's limb miraculously grows back. Whose God is right?
God who answered the prayer.
So
How would we
everybody wins, and the atheist is just really lucky. Atheist has superpowers.
So yeah, I would say the God that answers the prayer.
Jeff.
So if they're all praying, say that again, Mike.
Sorry, I forget, John. You're so polite, and if I like just do a little utterance of "it was Jeff," like as a joke, like you're gonna stop and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let me be polite to you," while Michael's being an asshole. Like, sorry. So I apologize.
No, you're good. So yeah. So if we're looking at like an amputee growing back, and there's a couple occurrences I have heard of that actually happen, from missionaries and from
was it a crab?
But I'm not claiming those as true. Okay, clarify. I've heard, but I have absolutely no evidence of it. I would like to find one of those missionaries. So this is when I was a little younger. I was actually a teenager. There was a missionary who was in Africa and actually claims to seeing that type of miracle of an amputee. If I were to, I think it'd be interesting to get a hold of him and see if he has any before and after.
You're talking about the guy I think you're talking about, right?
I doubt it. He's not anyone of renown. He's a small Assembly of God missionary.
On TikTok?
No, not on TikTok at all. This is when I was a teenager, Mike.
He must be someone who. Well, then I guess the same potentially. I got to hear the story, but all these stories seem to happen based in Africa. The ones that I hear about these miracles, and so I'd be curious if they're all the same story or versions of the same story. But you know what I'm talking about.
And this is a really important point. Yeah, so this is a really important point. I really want to address Kay's question, where she said, "Okay, it was more or less a derivative of the problem of evil. Why would God help here and not help over here, right?" Mm-hmm. And if we look at it biblically, just if we're looking at this honestly from a biblical perspective, it is consistently tied to faith in God. Every miracle that happens biblically is consistently tied to faith in God. It is not just something that happens, just snaps. Every time that someone was healed in the city when Jesus went, he said it was either because of their faith, it was either for God to be glorified, or it was because of the faith of another. For example, there is a situation in the Bible where the paralyzed man is lowered through the ceiling. And a lot of people miss this detail. The paralyzed man is lowered through the ceiling down to the floor. And Jesus actually says this man is healed not because of his faith, but because of their faith. The friends who brought him and tore open the roof and dropped him down, Jesus says it's their faith that has made him well. If we are looking at it consistently from my theistic position, miracles are always tied to faith.
Cool story, bro.
And so do I have a good...
Are you saying that people who are dying of cancer, which there's millions, and probably most of them.
10,000 children die a day from starvation.
Right. I'm saying most of them are not. So I would assume, especially in the U.S., that most of them are Christian and are praying to heal. Their friends and family that are praying to heal, prayer warriors. I mean, you see it all over the place, right? I mean, I even have someone in my personal life right now who has cancer, and
sorry about that.
Very, very much a Christian.
I am sorry.
I mean, praying.
My father-in-law.
All the Facebook people, all the people in their church are just praying and praying and praying, but they still. So I heal a fractured leg, but not cure cancer, and that one person has lots and lots of faith. You know what I mean? A whole church.
Yeah, absolutely.
Praying for one person to heal, and it doesn't happen. He'll have a fractured leg.
Don't get me started on that Stephen of North guy from TikTok. He'd be like,
That's
my mom had cataracts and her eye was so bad and her eye was hurting and God saved her eye. Yeah. Tsunami. And I'm like, well, yeah, great. That's awesome. No, but John, look, let's go around the room.
Okay,
John,
out of curiosity.
Hey, John, just before we, I got to mute him because I think there's hold on. Let me do this. John, give me a second, man.
Oh, no, my battery.
No, I'm going to hang up because there's a terrible delay and I refuse to talk over people and then it go messy. Hold on a sec. call him back here.
You should just like hang up on him.
Yeah, because it's like a terrible delay, man. He's like a state below me. Like it shouldn't be that bad.
I have been hung up on.
No, dude, it was a terrible delay. Is it better this time?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, we were talking.
Who's delayed? Me?
Well, I don't know whose end it was on, but we were talking over each other.
Oh.
But anyway, what I was going to say,
know.
John, just before we wrap up, because we're coming to the end of the 2-hour stream we were supposed to be doing. Yeah, I was going to say, look, can we go around the room, and we got a plethora of atheism here. Start with J. Mike, and explain to me what type of atheist you assume J. Mike to be, and it's okay to assume. So, what do you assume J. Mike to be as far as his atheism?
That's a loaded question.
No, it's supposed to be. I just prefaced it that way.
You can split it in half. You can split it in half if you want and put it between like the question of
I would
God
say
and more specific.
J. Mike is the stereotypical atheist.
Okay. Why do you think he's atheist? And how about that? Why do you think J. Mike?
Oh man, I mean,
I guess we still got
the way he holds himself, his entire demeanor is just like the long hair, the beard, the mocking of Jesus on his profile picture, like his name, Atheist Jesus. It just screams atheist. I could see him from across the mall and be like, yeah, atheist.
Other than Christians like yourself, why do you think he's atheist?
Why do I think he's atheist?
Mm-hmm.
Because he has not experienced God.
Okay. What about Austin?
Mm-hmm. Austin is a Christian that is just backslidden. That's really what he is.
Oh man, that was a burn.
Probably the worst thing you could have said to Oz. If I know Oz well enough.
Oof.
All right, Oz, go ahead, buddy. You can have a rebuttal on this
one. Ooh. You might have to give him a minute.
He said you're still a Christian. No. In here.
No, you don't want me to say nothing right now. Okay,
you don't know nothing about nothing.
You don't want me to say shit right now.
Hey, with all the stuff that Pastor John takes from us, he's allowed to throw jabs. Hey, but K-Nev's up here. We got a Muslim / Christian.
Yeah, as long as Oz still has the picture of him preaching on his Facebook, I won't believe he's an atheist.
Okay, but we got somebody that was in two religions at one time. Why do you think she's religious? Why do you think she's not religious anymore and an atheist?
I was like, what?
Well, I think that's an immediate recipe for conflict. Being raised by two separate religions, I think that's just so. I'm not going to take a jab at UK because I don't know you as well as these guys. So I'll be more honest. I'll be more honest. So
do you think
I think that's extremely could cause a lot of conflict. So, which is a very interesting. Like I've enjoyed talking to you again, 100%.
Yeah, but do you think it just helped her with her critical thinking? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, that's what I'm saying, Mike.
Okay, because I think it would if you because obviously if you're in one and you're like, well, how can these folks believe in this and these folks believe in that? I guess it would help with that. Why do you think? Why do you think I'm an atheist?
Why do I think you're an atheist?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the question that haunts me at night. Why is Pasta an atheist? He's just so nice, and his voice is made for preaching. So I don't really think you are an atheist. I think you're a Christian in training, like God's getting you there. Like one day your testimony is going to be like, so I used to run the Tart Show, and then God got hold of me. You're gonna go and send me an Instagram photo of you sitting with Pastor Greg Locke and just having a cup of coffee, laughing, talking about the good times. Yeah.
Well,
you're gonna be in his TikTok videos.
Well, with all due respect, Pastor John, I would, pose as a pastor to rake in some tax-free money and then give it to a children's hospital, if that counts.
Ooh. Love that.
Hey,
there you go. Hey, I'll give you the words.
Yeah, but I gotta mention something. Geo Sam and Oz are talking in the chat about holding tongues because you said something to Oz. But I gotta say, buckle up, folks. Pastor John comes on this show and takes jabs from us like nobody's business. I'll stand in Pastor John's corner any day of the week. He's like the thickest skinned theist I know. Like, I rib him all the time. And he comes and jokes, just, he takes these jokes, and does it give him free, space to come in here and be rude? No, it doesn't, but I don't see it that way. So Oz, you need to clear the air, my man.
Huh?
Pastor John right here. We throw far more at him than he ever does to us.
Okay.
Somehow you're the asshole.
The thing is, you guys throw jabs, I throw haymakers.
No, I agree with Pasta, though.
I know for a fact Oz has thrown far worse at you than you just telling him that you think he's still a Christian.
Yeah, I'd agree with Pasta that you do. Take a good bit of the bunch.
No,
so
I didn't say he's
that.
a Christian. I said he's backslid, but
exactly, and it's all done.
That doesn't mean he'll ever stand up. I mean, like, if you're going down a hill, he's like on a muddy slope. Let me clarify. He was going up a mountain. He was at the top as a Christian,
helping,
and then he's just slowly sliding down the side of the mountain.
Right. Well, dude,
he's definitely not gaining ground. If that helps.
Oz, did that clarification help at all?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. So Pastor John, we appreciate you coming on. You're one of my, you're basically the house theist. The house theist. You call in, we jab at you, and you take it, man. And by the way,
yeah, this is the first time I've actually called in. I think I've never even had, like I said, and kind of kicking myself for doing this even, but I was just getting so into it. And when that KJV onlyist was on, I wanted to be an atheist. I wanted to be employed by the TARP because I had so many.
Join us. Our cookies taste better.
So yeah, put that verse in your pocket for whenever you do have a KJV onlyist. The cast the same in his teeth. I get them with that all the time because what it is an Old English idiom from the 18th century that basically means to revile, to make fun of, to chastise. But if you're saying that the KJV is the perfect, authoritative word of God, you don't need anything else, then I would ask you, why the confusion? Why do you have a book that you don't even know what it means? And so that's one thing I challenge them with. I also challenge them on which revision of the KJV is the perfect word of God, since there's been 4 revisions. I also mention in there that one of those revisions was called a Wicked Bible. And the Wicked Bible is a Bible that was burned all over because a printing error accidentally left it to where in one of the 10 Commandments it said, "Thou shalt commit adultery," and left out the not. And it was deemed the Wicked Bible. Thousands of copies were.
Because that's the wicked one, and not the ones like in 1 Samuel 15:3 where innocent babies are being killed, or Genesis 38:7. Those aren't the wicked ones that should have been rewritten and reprinted, right? Just the adultery one, just the one that isn't murder. Polygamous relationships exist is all I will add to that.
Very true.
So
is he there?
I don't know.
Where'd John and Pasta go?
I think they went off into their own corner, and he's like, all right, this is where you're about to get knocked out for the 10 count, and I need to prep you up a little bit. So he's feeding some info. So that atheist pizza to get his calories going.
Extra cheese, a little pepperoni.
Extra faith, no evidence.
Well, quite the interesting conversation.
Indeed.
I'm glad I could hop on.
I feel bad because John's called me a bunch on my personal number, and I haven't had time with finals and stuff to get back to him. And then he catches me here, and it's like, oh, about that, calling you back. I'm getting to it. Getting to
it.
I saw it. I just haven't gotten there yet. Does this count?
I would say it counts.
So, K-Nev, this was your, and this was a long call-in show, but first time you got to jump on one of the call-in shows, how'd it feel?
Felt great. It really did. I had a lot of fun. That was awesome.
Good. And J. Mike, I know this was your first one. How'd it go?
Yeah. It was great. I feel really weird because I'm like pressed in a very small space right now. So I feel like I've been doing this like lean thing, and I've been trying to like make it right. So hopefully I did that right and
lean back,
was spissy enough for you. Yeah, exactly. But no, it was fun, man. I always love you guys having me on. Pasta was in the comments on the Axioms one, and so I produced a 2-hour show with Cease before that. And then once he said that, I was like, I really got to do some studying. And then once I realized I could do it on the 5th or the 4th or the 3rd or the 2nd, I was like, I'll just join the Tart show instead. And so I put off studying, but I'll get to it.
And before we do go, J. Mike, you guys got anything coming up on Axioms on Trial? I can never say that all together fast.
We just did one with Cease, which is probably one of the best conversations we had. It was very civil with the theist Eddie that's going to come on here. Very, very good conversation. I want to have him back on. I'm still trying to figure his positions out where I'm not straw manning or bringing up something where he's like, yeah, I agree with you, because it seemed we agree with a lot of things. So that was really cool. I'd go back and watch that. But also the 10th of December, I believe Dr. Matt DeLockery will be back on to talk with Cease about, I believe, just some more philosophical elements. And then the 11th, I'll be on Truth Wanted. So I'm really excited about that. So those are the two kind of main things.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, I think we can all exit out of here, and it'll close everything out now that I'm thinking about it. So, there's Pasta.
There it is.
He's coming in style.
Pastor John done kidnapped me.
Hey, he took you away, man.
Well, I don't know where we're at, but I'm back.
I was thanking him for helping us out tonight.
Yep.
Well, thank you for your military service and sacrifice, K-Nevs. Thanks for coming on the show tonight.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That was a lot of fun. For sure.
Thank you to all the viewers in the chat. Thanks for liking and subscribing. I know you guys did. Thank you for J. Mike and Axioms on Trial. Cease to know, where you at, bro?
He's in bed. He was done with that conversation. Once he was done, it was like 2 hours. He was like, I'm hungry. Peaced out. He's got to feed that big brain of his. You know what I'm saying? So
I noticed he had shaved that goatee or the beard off earlier.
Oh, he was rocking style, man. He had like showing some chest and stuff. He was out there, man. We're trying to be a little bit more professional. You know, I went to Jeff's Emporium and got this, and so we're gonna try to spice it up. Not a sweatshirt. I know there's not a sweatshirt under this. That's a fact. So
you got the
really
hot back. You're looking like suave Jesus.
Oh, he's here. So you heard me talking about his chest hair. Awesome. I'm just kidding.
Hey, big shout out to Ozzy, the kamikaze, the new atheist. Just want to put that on paper. I'm not a Christian no more. Hooah! Hey guys, hop on over to Axioms on Trial if you haven't subscribed.
3 away from 300.
Those guys got some nice graphics too over there, man.
Yeah, I did them all myself.
Nice.
Just kidding. That's so mean to say. Pasta hooks it up.
Randolph Richardson, Canada's second best atheist.
Oh,
right behind Neil, the 604. Actually, I think it's the other way around, right? Randolph, sign off on that.
Yeah.
If you guys liked K-Nevins, let us know, because we can replace Jeff. You know, we can go ahead.
I don't do that.
You're all fed up with Jeff's weaselly face. Actually, I love Jeff, so he's not going anywhere. J. Mike took the hinges off the door when he slammed that Tart door that one day. I had to go beg his ass to come back. J. Mike! Where you going, bro? I bought you a pizza.
I bought you. It's a true statement.
Can we get pizzas?
Oh, he's. I've come home to pizzas just sitting on my front porch, and then I'm sitting there like, I gotta apply some deduction here. Pasta. Yes.
You never seen see pasta?
Sneaky.
No,
I'm a sneaky
if
guy.
it was pasta, it would be too obvious. I've been like, clearly, it's our Lord and Savior.
I'm a sneaky guy now. Oz? Oh.
Pasta?
Yeah. Oh, hey, let's get back to what we were talking about earlier before we jet off. So Oz and I, what was it, Friday night? We were checking out. We checked out the fight. So we streamed Tyson versus Roy Jones, and my money was on Tyson. I mean, I knew I was going to go down, but we streamed it. And it was such a fun time because Oz is in Indiana. I'm in Atlanta. And by the way, J Mike, next time we do this, you can come over. I'll come get you.
I love it.
Yeah, we'll just scoop Jeff up, maybe Ben, and we're going to do the McGregor fight, UFC, and we want to invite folks, our regulars in the chat. So anybody that's interested, I want to hashtag UFC in the comment section. We'll send out some links, and you guys can come backstage in StreamYard, and we can get the fight on. Cigars, whiskey.
Do you guys
none of that nose candy, bro. None of that nose candy.
They're called them PEDs, performance enhancing drugs. But no, do you guys have to sync it up, or how do you do that?
It's magic.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We got it. Just show up. Show out and show up.
Yeah. Well, then yes, I'm definitely down.
Yep. It's just be a fun time. We shoot the shit, watch the fight. We actually, Oz and I commentated over it. We tried to stream it, but they were like, "Nope, get that off."
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably get a couple knocks at your door or a letter or something doing that, but
yeah, man. Well, guys, it's been a fun time, and we got to do this again. Big shout out to Just Jeff, the weasel face troll. He took off early. He's got to sleep. Apparently, if you sleep 8 hours, it keeps your hair in better condition. Oz and I only sleep about 4 hours a night. I like to tell people that I'm not really going bald. I'm just getting more head.
I'm stealing that one.
J Mike, get your head out the gutter, bro.
So that's where I live.
Mike was over there like, where's the trimmers? I need clippers.
Hey, he sent me a picture of himself one time with his hair bald, and I thought it was for real. Oh. Hey, this is that Baltimore. This is that Northern VA right here. It's that DC.
It sounds like I'll pull up my neighbor is like, this is literally what his house sounds like 24/7. I'm just like, damn, he's still going at it. And the drums are like, it's like, geez, man, he's going ham. I just imagine him and they're like, when will it stop? I don't know, but I got to keep going. Keep going.
Kay's up there like, are we done?
Wait, hey, look, shout out to this fella.
So hungry, I'm sure. Oh.
Well, guys, anything? Hey, J Mike, you got anything for the folks?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I think Steve looked really cute in that video, but that's about it.
Steve's a cutie. Steve's a cutie patootie, isn't he? It's too hot to handle, too cold to hold, is what they say. I've heard. Steve's a little hot stuff. He'll murder you. What? Anyway, thanks for showing up, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Join us next time on the Atheist Roundtable.
Atheist.